y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us on this Thursday, January 15th. It is going down per usual. No Chip Brown today. He will be out these next few days. You know, Horns 24/7 responsibilities, calls sometimes, and we get that. But I got a very special guest with me. Y'all heard him on these airways before, my man Patrick Davis. He's been on with BK, and today he's hopping on Chip and Zay, and I couldn't be more honored. Been a fan of this guy for a very long time. If you're a Texas fan and you don't follow this guy on YouTube or Twitter, I don't even know if you're really a Texas fan because he is all over the place, and he does a hell of a job. You can find him on Fanatic Perspective. My guy, Steven Gotti. Steven, what's happening, brother?
I'm doing well, Zay. Thanks for having me on, brother. I'm excited to chop it up with you, man. It's gonna be a fun next 2 hours, and it's a honor being on here with you, and it's an honor filling in for the great Chip Brown.
Yeah, man, it's all love. You know, one thing that this business presents sometimes, and just being a part of media, specifically Texas media, and Chip and I, we've talked about this before, but like everybody's cool with one another. Like, yeah, you might have some bad blood and old history, but like, you know, we're around the same age. We don't know nothing about shit that happened in the 90s or any of that. But the new media, you know, people like Eric Henry and, you know, Kean Womack and obviously Brad Kellner and just guys in that realm, like, I appreciate those guys who have gotten their foot in the door and really represented, and the OGs that have brought them in. Like, it's always an honor to know that once Texas Sports Unfiltered started and BK was making his calls and stuff, and, you know, he first person what he talked to was Chip, and Chip asked for me. Like, I always think that's a big deal because,
That's love, bro.
you know, that is love. That is love, just because Chip, you know, respecting my work from those Horn days. So I'm never one of those individuals where, you know, yeah, it's a competitive market, but I respect too many brilliant minds in this business to be salty at anybody else's success. And you're one of those guys, Steven. Again, just been a fan of what you've done and starting your own platform, talking Texas sports and beyond. And you've definitely made a name for yourself and then some, brother. So, yeah, the people, they definitely know. Like, they get it. Like, they're all big fans, and they could definitely agree that what you're doing is definitely, you know, something to be proud of, my guy. So, again, appreciate you having on, and yeah, we're going to have fun today.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, a lot of good people in this business, so just proud to be a part of it, right? Proud to be a part of the network, covering a great community. This Texas community is awesome. So let's chop it up, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, let's get it.
A lot to get into.
A ton, to be honest. And, you know, when football season ends, it's weird because it's just kind of like, well, it never ends, for one. But when the season officially ends, you feel like, okay, here we go again, just bracing yourself for the next September. And that's just not the case with the transfer portal and NIL. It's just a whirlwind, and we'll definitely get into that. We got Drew Fabianich, executive director of the Senior Bowl, coming on at 3 o'clock. Senior Bowls in almost 2 weeks, man. So, yeah, I'd love to chop it up with Drew about that because I know his mind is going crazy right now, just getting together all the finishing touches and whatnot. And he has to continue to watch football because I think he has guys playing in the national championship game that he's going to have playing in the Senior Bowl, which is really cool. Yep. So it's going to be fun to pick his brain on that. But I have to start off first today, Steven, with Texas men's basketball. And last night, Vanderbilt, undefeated, coming in the mood.
16-0.
16-0. Like, Vanderbilt basketball, I've really never seen Vanderbilt basketball being relevant. Like, they go back to 08, 07, which I don't remember those teams either. I can't really think of a Vanderbilt legend that was like, you know, cold as hell in college and then went to the league and was the man. Like, there's just nobody that represents Vanderbilt basketball that way, really, in any sport. I know baseball, they've always done their thing, and volleyball, they've had years, but as far as the three main sports, like, and just superstar potential guys, never had any of that. So what Mark Byington, what he's done this first few months, really impressive. And that team was good last night. Tyler Tanner, Tyler Nichols, good. You know, they got players that could really go. And it was a tough test for Texas, but man, just the mentality that Sean Miller's team has played with these last two games, going up to Bama, beating Bama by 4, coming back and just riding that momentum. And it starts on the defensive end. Like, that's where it has to start. And I've talked about it with Chip all throughout the season. There's just been times where this team has gotten exposed because of their lack of size. You know, sometimes they do just dumb things where the help's not in the right place, or they just forget certain assignments where they have knockdown shooters on the opposing team and they'll come off a screen clean and just have a wide open shot. And you see Sean Miller throwing towels, and just what we saw against Mississippi and Tennessee isn't close to what we've seen these last two games against Bama and Vanderbilt. Texas fans should definitely be proud of that effort. And now, Steven, you're looking at a team that if they get to March and they can play like this, now that's a big if, they can make some noise.
You know what's interesting is the buy-in after the Tennessee game with this basketball team. It's been night and day with the Bama win and the Vanderbilt win. When you look at you talked about assignments, right? I mean, one of the complaints we've had from the previous regime was just attention to detail, know your personnel, right? Who to play off of, who to go under the screen on versus who you want to run off the line, right? Things of that deep. And I think it came to a head at a certain point early in our SEC journey with Sean Miller throwing the towel and just reacting that way, because it's like, we can tolerate, you know, guys, you know, having inconsistent shooting at times or certain things that are, you know, just happen in the game of basketball. But when it comes down to attention to detail, certain things, situational, right? What are we doing out of timeouts? It has been night and day. I mean, before the Bama game, which, you know, we were playing for Cam Coleman's heart like it was loving basketball out here. But it was like, yo, are we just destined for the NIT or something else? Like, I wasn't even thinking NCAA tournament after Mississippi State and Tennessee, I'll be honest with you. And I think a lot of people were feeling that way just watching. Also, the energy seemed low. The energy has picked up. The effort has picked up. The attention to detail has been night and day with this Bama win and these Vandy wins. And these are big-time quad one wins, Zay. And the other thing here we look at is when you look at the SEC slate now moving forward, the opportunity to start stacking those wins and stacking that momentum, they shot the hell out of the basketball. I mean, one thing we thought with, as a Texas basketball fan, Sean Miller coming in here is offensively. I mean, one of the reasons why he got up out of the tournament at Xavier is their ability to shoot from wherever and those type of things. We're starting to see that come to fruition, but they're not like just 3-point happy chasers, right? I mean, our best player on this team, Dalen Swain, kind of plays in that intermediate space, and he had a game where he was flirting with a triple-double, right, last night, and just maneuvering the ball around. But if Jordan Pope's going to shoot the way he's shooting, if Tremont Mark is going to step up and score and be aggressive and have that mentality of I can do more than one thing at the same time, now you're in a different ball game as a team. I mean, it has been night and day. I'll be honest with you. Can they keep it up? We will see. But they're turning the corner to me. They're turning the corner here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought Sean Miller lost this team after how he sounded after the Tennessee game. I thought dude was just completely crashed out. He was questioning the effort. When you're questioning effort in January, most of the time that's bad news. And before that game, you know, he was questioning the power forward spot, saying we're playing 4-on-5. So that was a challenge to Cam Heide then. And then he challenged Jordan Pope, Mathis, and Dalen Swain after that Tennessee game, saying we just need more effort. Like, I just need to put guys out there who are going to try. And those guys have responded. And kudos to those guys. I think Kendall Weaver was huge yesterday, man. Kendall Weaver, that guy is just 100% energy, 24/7. Like, that's all he has. You know, he's an undersized guard. He's not the best shooter. He's not the best ball handler. But at the end of the day, he's going to get you about 3 or 4 offensive rebounds. He had 5 last night. He was diving on loose balls. He had a couple of big-time steals. You know, Sean Miller, you've seen the Twitter account on Texas, you know, they give out a game ball, which is like a golden ball, and that doesn't necessarily mean the leading scorer of the game, but I guess the player who had the most impact. And Kendall Weaver, he was definitely that last night. Only played 23 minutes, but I think Sean Miller, you talk about Tremont Mark and just how well he's played. Sean Miller's finally starting to understand his personnel and press the right buttons to make sure this team can flow as well as it can. You know, Mathis had his best game last night. You mentioned Dalen Swain flirting with a triple-double. It just seems like everybody in these last 2 games have really bought in on their roles, and you've seen good play out of it. So if they can continue to do that, which now, okay, you're starting to get noticed, 2 top 25 wins, 2 top 15 wins. All right, now you got a little bit more of a bullseye on your back to where nobody's going to come in and think y'all are slight out here. So we'll see with a little success how this team can be affected by it. But I think just this is the standard. This is the mentality that you have to play with, and that is just smart, hard defensive basketball. And offensively, you want to get out and run. Jordan Pope, you're allowed to take those off-the-dribble jumpers around the key. Dalen Swain, you can take any shot you want, basically. Let's look for Mathis when he has his man sealed. Tremont Mark, you got the green light to shoot all the mid-range you want. Even though the analytics don't like it, we want you shooting it, because when your game is open and free like that, you could ball. And, yeah, again, the last 2 games, you've just seen a completely different team. Kudos to Sean Miller and this coaching staff for pressing the right buttons.
Analytics is a great tool and a necessary tool, but basketball starts to me with confidence. When you're confident in what you're doing, when you're confident in the shots that you're taking, when you're confident in getting to your spots on the floor or however you play, whether, you know, Vokatitis getting to the free throw line, you know, I will happily call him a free throw merchant. I don't care. It's productive, right? But that confidence also comes from having that buy-in, like you said, and that relationship with the head coach. Because one of my frustrations was like, okay, the team's not performing well before. Sean Miller's starting to really get agitated and frustrated. And I get it. It's his first year here. He's learning his guys. But behind the scenes, when the tempers cool down, how do we meet the players in the middle? Right? Because this is not your perfect ideal skill set of a group for a typical Sean Miller basketball team. But they're good basketball players on this roster. You have to find that recipe. You have to find that formula. And so I have seen those changes. And like you said, starting with the defensive end, holding Vanderbilt to 64 points last night, holding Vanderbilt under 40% shooting, the 50-50 possessions, that's where Kendall Weaver is so key. And you see those are the things that swing, those little margin plays that swing things in March. All these games, 80% of these games are close as hell. Come SEC tournament, come NCAA tournament. It could just come down to who had the ball 3 more times at the end of the game. And Weaver gives you that ability, even if he's only playing 20-something minutes. I'd rather it be that full dose, pressure, picking up 3/4, diving after loose balls, getting offensive rebounds, competing in transition. Those are all necessary requirements. But when we get in the half court, Jordan Pope getting to his midi, Tremont Mark getting to his left hand, Dalen Swain controlling the floor. Those are the things that makes Texas what they are when they're playing well. And so I think just finding that balance with Sean Miller is important. Doing that against really good teams like your Vanderbilt. I figured, I thought we had an opportunity to beat them last night. I know we didn't talk beforehand on that. But looking at Vanderbilt, they had beaten Bama. That was a good win for them. SMU had a crazy buzzer beater last night. They had beaten SMU, and they had beaten a really good St. Mary's team that I think is going to be formidable come March. Outside of that, it was a bunch of Lipscombs and Stetsons. I'm like, I know y'all are 16-0. However, there's some opportunities here when we're playing well and when we're playing with confidence. And so I think meeting the coach halfway, Sean Miller should feel better about his staff should feel better about things. And Jordan Pope, continue that confidence. 28 points against Bama, shooting the ball well last night. What were you? 40, yeah, 41% from three, 50% from the field, 40% from three, 86% from the free throw line. The only thing I would tell them is clean up the turnovers. Other than that, that's outstanding a night of shooting.
Yeah, for sure. And, Jordan Pope, I think sometimes when he's looked at as quote unquote point guard, I tell Chip all the time, TJ Ford ruined a lot for any Texas fan. Ruined a ton, because when you watch Texas basketball and you think of a point guard, you think of number 11 who has his jersey hung in the rafters, because that is what elite OG point guard play. I'm not talking about this age of the point guard, because I think OG point guard play low key is extinct nowadays. Maybe the closest person you have to being that just traditional John Stockton type of pass first point guard is Halliburton. And even he's a scorer at times. But that just pass first point guard, I get everybody involved. I can completely control the game with my mind and my skill. That's hard to come by. And Vanderbilt, Tyler Turner, he does a really good job at that. That's why he's one of the most underrated players in the nation, and Vanderbilt's had the success. He gives you that OG point guard vibes. But Jordan Pope isn't that. I always say he is more A.J. Abrams than he is T.J. Ford. This is not a knock on A.J. Abrams. A.J. Abrams was cold in the MFer. I remember seeing A.J. Abrams, McNeil High School, drop 37, light
one
37.
One of the best shooters in Texas basketball history.
A.J. Man, Abrams. It would barely be in his hands, in his shooting pocket, and it was already off. The ball was already in the air, where you think you're close to him, but his shot was so quick. It was just impressive what he was able to do at 5'10", which Jordan Pope, they give him 6'1", 6'2". He ain't that. He might be 6 foot.
I said last year to Patrick Davis, Jordan Pope is the shortest 6'2" brother I've ever seen in my life. He is the smallest, most minute 6'2" player I've ever seen in my life. But to your point, though, it's crazy how we grew up with these profiles of players and these personas of players of what you're supposed to do. And basketball is so much more fluid here in 2026, where your bigs are running so much offense, more like the Jokic's of the world. You look at Derek Queen. It's funny how people are surprised about Derek Queen, when if you really watched him at Maryland, what he was doing at the half court, he was like a super tan Nikola Jokic then. So it's like now Tremont Mark and Swain have more traditional point guard ability and passing ability than the 6'2" midget Jordan Pope does. But Jordan Pope can run, can create off ball, can shoot off ball, and he has a clip when he's in a rhythm dribble. He's a scorer. He's an undersized 2-guard scorer that needs to get into rhythm. That's how he should be utilized. But one of the funky things that we've had in this era of basketball, the last year of Rodney Terry and now under Sean Miller, with this Jordan Pope, Tremont Mark crew, is guys playing out of position, right? And being asked to do, I think Sean Miller's starting to find that recipe again of, this is what you do, let's keep you in that lane of what you do, and not without forfeiting size and things of that sort defensively. You can still guard your position or like mine or hide somebody in the corner. But when it comes to running an offense, last year Trey Johnson hit a lot of that stuff just because of the type of scorer he was and the shooter he was. But now I do think you're seeing a little bit more balance with Swain, Matas, all those guys in there being able to facilitate and revolve appropriately.
Yeah, and I think before the season, Sean Miller was talking about with Jordan Pope, he has the keys. He is our point guard, even though he started Tremont Mark at point against Duke. He talked about that yesterday. And then a little bit later, he was like, Jordan Pope's our point guard. And Jordan Pope, he was playing like he had point guard responsibility. And to your point, they got guys like Swain who could pass, who are bigger guys, aren't traditional point guards because he's in a small forward's body. So Jordan Pope doesn't need to have 5 assists a game. He can look for his shot more. And when he does, it's better for the team, and now as the coaching staff should know, which I feel like they've done a good job trying to figure it out, everybody's sweet spots. If I'm Tremont Mark, I like him inside the 3. We give him ISO situations. We tell him it's okay to go against the analytics and shoot those mid-range shots. Jordan Pope, you can shoot off the dribble 3s because we know you're good at that. We got to find ways to get Mathis the ball in his sweet spots where he could just catch it and not have to think and could just go up left or right hand. When he's doing the extra stuff, that's when we're really rolling, which he was last night, Steven. I was very impressed with Mathis' play last night.
22 points for him.
He had a couple of plays on fast breaks. Both stood out. One came in the first half, and it was Dalen Swain was pushing the break. Mathis was running down the center of the court, and Swain threw him a bounce pass, which usually coaches tell you, if I got a big man, let's be careful with the bounce passes. Make sure he's standing and he's set before you throw a bounce pass. Because on the run, it might be hard for a big man to go that low, pick the ball up, and do something with it. He picked that sucker up, had someone in front of him, did a little Ginobili Euro step, side step, and dunked that thing. Fast forward, second half, Texas is up big. Kendall Weaver gets a steal or breakaway or maybe defensive rebound, long defensive rebound. He's running. Mathis is running with him. I thought the lob looked like it was for Blake Griffin. Like Clippers Blake Griffin. It was weird. It was high. I was like, whoa, what kind of pass was that? But Mathis, just good coordination. He timed it perfectly. And he caught it and dunked that thing. And the crowd erupted. Everybody was hype. Just the energy that this team is playing with these last 2 games, it's night and day.
Shout out to the students as well, helping with that energy. I do believe that energy in the building transfers, and it was obviously present for Vanderbilt. It definitely, I saw Eric Henry talking earlier about it kept kind of catching the Vandy kids off guard a little bit early in that basketball game when they started like 1 for 4 from the free throw line. But when you're playing like that, when you have guys like, one of the things is I actually think Mathis is can actually develop into an NBA big. I really do. He has the height. He's 7 foot, 255. He needed to have. This is the first year where he's played at this level of competition consistently, and so the conditioning, getting used to your teammates, being in a new environment. This is a team that does have upside on their favor, Zay. With the coach getting used to his guys. I mean, he's only been with these dudes for a few months, right? I mean, now that we look back at it, we're starting to see the upswing. It's like maybe we do need to give a little bit more grace when looking back at the start of the season and some of just that transition period. The other thing too is we've been a lot more healthier this year than last year for sure. I mean, we only had 7 games where everybody played together, where you had the same starting lineup. Like now you're starting to see what the rotation looks like. And I know guys like Nick Cody were showing before, and now that they're being asked to kind of scale back. Nick didn't play yesterday. And Wilcher, can they find another shooting presence from him? He didn't give much last night, but there's options on this bench too. But Mathis' development, man, I really, really see a guy that can actually compete at the pro level one day.
Yeah, I'm curious. I see the size. You can't teach that. I think, it's hard to picture him going out and trying to guard Steph Curry on the ball screen. That's right. Tough to picture. But I do see exactly what you're talking about because there's certain things that he has that you can't teach. And he's way more athletic than I think people give him credit for. I think it's all about up here for him, Steven. I think it's about his mental, because there's times where he gets frustrated in how the game's being called by the officials. There might, you're a big, like, there's just physical no matter what. So obviously coming from Europe, and yeah, you had that year at FAU, but it's still a jump going from that mid-major conference to the SEC and the responsibilities that he has now playing for Texas opposed to FAU.
Absolutely.
And I think that's been difficult for him at times. And it's a lot's been on his teammates. I thought Texas last night, that was the best they did feeding Mathis the ball. Because you got to be able to have good players to make the right pass so guys could be in the best position to score. Mathis, back to the basket game, we know he needs to work on that. But he's good at doing his work before he gets the ball.
Right.
So at that point, it's all about where you throw it. If he has somebody on his right side and they're guarding his right side and he has his left hand up, I hope you throw it to the left hand so he can catch it and turn around and have his man sealed off. They did a good job at that. Dalen Swain, the 7 assists he had, he's constantly looking at Mathis. Tremont Mark, same thing. There was a player Mathis had complete control in the middle of the paint. And Tremont Mark, it was when he was cooking, but he realized, okay, this is a better shot for us. So let me throw that thing high where only he could catch it and go up. He ended up getting fouled. And now if he's going to go 8 from 9 from the free throw line, then you really feel good about this team because he gets fouled too much for him to be a liability at the line. Like, you never want a hack or shack situation. You understand why it's difficult for bigs to shoot the ball because it's like them holding up a grapefruit for us normal folks. But his touch has improved. You can tell the coaching staff is continuing to work on his free throw shooting, and his conditioning's gotten better. So has the rest of the teams. And I am very impressed with what I've seen from this team these last 2 games. And that's blown my mind because I thought this team, you might as well throw dirt on them and bury them. I thought they were that done.
What's interesting, too, is the different styles of play that exist in the SEC. I think that's another thing that makes this conference difficult to navigate at times, right? I mean, we kind of got taken outside by Rick Barnes a little bit. It's going to be more of a beat 'em up, very physical type of game, and then playing Alabama, right, where it's going to be a little bit more up tempo. They're going to shoot a lot of threes and the guard play. So just all of that, those variables and whatnot, and getting used. Sean Miller's adjusting to the SEC.
Right.
We got to think about that too, right? I mean, this is a coach's conference as much as anybody else's conference right now. And that's why a lot of teams are trying to level up across the board with some of the changes that they've made, including ourselves, right? So he's also getting used to this. This is some of his first time seeing these iteration or these styles of teams in this conference, and then having to get ready for somebody that plays a completely different phone booth style of basketball, i.e. like a Chris Beard eventually, right? Like how no middle, just tough and rough, like all these different styles of basketball that exist in our conference, but they're all very, very good iterations of that style of play. That's where Texas's roster to me becomes an asset for Sean Miller, because you do have these crazy, weird pieces that can help you in certain matchups when you know how to have everything gel together.
Yeah. Well said. By the way, Steven, you are having camera issues. The sound's good. The sound's on point. But if you want to get off and come back on, I'll hold it down until you get back on.
All right. I'll be right back.
All right, bet. All right. So Steven will be back. Appreciate y'all, because I was thinking the same thing, and I was like, maybe he'll just be able to push through. Maybe he'll turn around because, Steven, he's got his own show, so this ain't nothing new to him. All right, so another thing that I noticed last night with Texas basketball is, because I said this early on, I thought the best passer and creator on the team was Dalen Swain. And last night, he had 7 assists. And right now, the dude is leading the team in assists. which it's only 3.5, nothing crazy. He's leading the team in points, rebounds, assists, and steals. So jack of all trades. The guy's absolutely been money this year. There's a reason why he's getting a lot of, day 2, round 2 draft hype, because 6'8", he's long, he's athletic, he's had a couple of posters this year, and just the NBA's nervous about Dalen Swain's shot. Right now, it's not where they need it to be. Kind of has a slow, methodical release, and at the end of the day, I'm not one of those shooting form guys. Like, I've seen Reggie Miller, one of the greatest shooters of all time. I don't think any shooting coach would teach Reggie Miller's jump shot. Reggie Miller's hand was always going like this and stuff. It was different. And Steven, you're muted, by the way. But Swain,
I was checking sound, my bad.
Okay, you're good. Appreciate you. Yeah. But Swain, if in the half-court game, Trayvon Mark needs the ball, Jordan Pope needs the ball at times, but I think the ball should always touch Dalen Swain's hands, because he's going to have a matchup or a mismatch. Last night, they put the 4 on him, the 4-man. I forget his name, but he was trying to check Dalen Swain. Oroki, I'll be botching names on here. Yeah. You probably do a way better job at that than I do. But they put him, he's a legitimate 4. He's more of a power forward than he is small forward. So you're guarding Swain, and there were times where he struggled, and Swain was able to create for his teammates. And I just think that's the way to go moving forward. Like, we know when Trayvon Mark gets the ball, he's looking for a shot. We know Jordan Pope, when he gets the ball, he should be looking for a shot, doing a better job at that. But Dalen Swain's really the only player that can look for everybody, including his game. Like, he's that good, he's that talented, he's that skilled. And I'm not saying Trayvon Mark can't do that. It's just I don't think he can do that on the ability that Dalen Swain can.
No.
So that's understanding that with Sean Miller and this coaching staff is a really big deal. As I see CB throwing up Sean Marion. Sean Marion,
Matrix,
that little that thing was cash, man. Steven, I know you a Spurs fan. I know you remember Sean Marion and what he used to do. That guy, he was so underrated. But that's what they're going to look at, these NBA scouts with Dalen Swain. Can he polish up his shot enough to play on the next level and be a decade-long player? Because he has the NBA body. And I even think if he could clean up some of his handles, he could be a 2. Just a big 2 in the league. You know what I'm saying? Like Quentin Grimes type, even though Quentin Grimes has a picture-perfect jumper. But, just around
Absolutely.
that era. You know what I'm saying? Like those types of players that he's not going to be a superstar on the team. He's not going to be the first or second option, but he could be a legitimately 3-and-D guy. And he shows
a connected piece. Absolutely.
Game. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, he's already a very, very good rebounder, right? I mean, he's averaging 7 rebounds on the season as a wing. Defensively, he's everything he contributes on top of, like you said, offensively. Being able to see the floor, make proper reads, the little things that we take for granted. So the shooting stuff will come with him, I think. Other people have had far worse jumpers, mechanically. Right. So it's just more of a consistency issue. And I think it's also a confidence thing, right? I mean, there's certain guys where they came into the league, Kawhi Leonard being a guy out of San Diego State. I mean, he got his whole jumper redefined by the great Chip England, who I wish was still with the Spurs, now with OKC. But you see the how fast that comes with just the work ethic, is the ability to work there. I think that is obvious with Swain. I think you've even seen some of that confidence grow in his role here at Texas as it's evolved. You made a point, Zay, about just wanting him to have the basketball in his hands and make as many decisions as possible, especially in the half court. I think that is paramount to how far Texas goes, but also his development at the next level of the more things you can do, the more options you have in terms of the different variations of teams you may end up in the NBA, right? And how quickly you can get on the floor. So he's going to be a first round pick. He will be a first round pick, health willing, and the size is there. All those intangibles are there. But if the shooting comes along, he could be a very, very good player in the NBA for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Texas basketball, they got A&M tomorrow. Steven and I will break
Is my video better now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay,
yeah, you good. Perfect. But yeah, A&M coming into town, Lone Star Showdown. Yeah, it's gonna be popping at the Mood. And shout out to the crowd last night. Crowd at the Mood. That's the best it's been all year. I get it. It's Vanderbilt. Top 10 matchup. You got to show out there. I appreciate the crowd for showing up. I did not appreciate the overrated chants. Come on, y'all. This is Texas. There's certain places you could do that. At Texas, you can't be calling nobody overrated. You can't. I'm not with that, Steven. You might feel differently.
Even if it's true.
I mean, it is true, but also, what does that mean for your team? You know what I mean? Like,
I hear you, though.
Texas should always be top 25 in every sport. Every sport.
I
agree. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. So calling the team overrated because Texas ain't rated at all, I don't know. I don't know. That's just, it's like storming the field, storming the court. Like, you can't be storming the field at DKR, man. You can't ever allow that. I hope I never see that. I hope I'm not alive to see that.
I don't think we'll ever see it in football. They've definitely done it in basketball already.
Oh, my God.
Recently. But, yeah, I mean, I hear where you're coming from, though. I mean, when you think of the amount of resources we do put into basketball and the access we have to players and the Moody Center in itself, I mean, I give credit to Vandy because they got. I think their women's team is good. The men's team is good. You know, they had a Heisman Trophy finalist with Pavi, even though he got humbled by Iowa in the bowl game. And we'll talk about the Senior Bowl coming up, but they at least, you know, have a very competitive athletic program within the very competitive world of the SEC. So I get where you're coming from. You're supposed to be one of the big dogs. Act like a big dog.
Like a big dog. Yeah. And Vanderbilt, they're doing their thing. Clark Lee, Mark Byington. When you get good coaches, man, and coaches that want to stay, I don't know about Byington, but it seems like Clark Lee, he wants to stick around in Nashville, especially being an alum with Vanderbilt. They kind of hit a home run with that hire. But, yeah, kudos to Vanderbilt. They're going to be tough out. They're going to be a team that plays in March that I could see playing to the second weekend. So, yeah, Vandy, good win last night for the Horns. All right, let's get to some Texas football because the transfer portal closes tomorrow night, which we found out, which I found out. Maybe some of y'all knew, but transfer portal, you just got to put your name in. It technically doesn't close if your name ain't in there or if your name is in there. If your name ain't in there, that's when it closes. So if your name is in there, cool. You can still flirt around, take your visits beyond tomorrow. And Texas football reports are showing that Colorado transfer offensive tackle Jordan Seaton is expected to be on campus tomorrow. Big time 5-star in the 2024 class. And yeah, you know, I think this is interesting, Steven, because you're bringing somebody like him in who reports are showing that he's asking for a buku load of money. You got Cam Coleman in. Like, how much you got, Brandon Harris? Like, how much money is left? Because if you still got some for a dude that's possibly asking for $4 million, and I'm sure the negotiation is going to come into play. You got to make him realize, hey, you're bugging with that. Let's bring that down a little bit, and hopefully, you know, we could help you understand what being a Texas Longhorn means, not just for your time here, but whenever you go to the NFL. Absolutely. And most likely when you come back. Like, look at all those dudes, Third and Longhorn podcast, all those alums chopping it up, having a good time, Longhorn Network. Like, if you're an alum, I'm sure you saw the Hat Creek commercial yesterday. Like we
Yep.
played that. Like these guys.
Shout out Casey Studdard.
Yeah, shout out Casey Studdard, Griff, VY, everybody that was a part of the Hat Creek commercials. My man Drew Gressett. But you gotta make these guys understand that, okay, the money you're asking for, good for you. If you could go somewhere else and get that, cool. But we can't give you that. We could put some dough in your pockets, but also you getting a degree from here and having a legacy, that's going to be more than what you're getting now. And if you could realize that, then, hey, come lock in. So the Jordan Seaton thing, it sounds good. I don't know what it means for Brandon Baker because, Trevor Gooseby ain't going nowhere. He ain't moving. That left tackle spot, that's his. But Brandon Baker, oh, you think otherwise?
Well, I mean, so here's my thing. Because I'm with Trevor Gooseby's first team all SEC left tackle, right? I mean, or tackle. And, it's flirting with the NFL and obviously the evals there. And I love Trevor Gooseby. This is more of, can Jordan Seaton play right tackle? That's my question. We know Trevor Gooseby can play right tackle. I don't know if Jordan Seaton. I think Jordan Seaton, now in terms of the nuance and differences, especially the run blocking element of it, especially on the right side, and what you kind of want in terms of that persona and profile. Ideally, Trevor Gooseby can do both. I don't know if Jordan Seaton can do both. Right. I know Jordan Seaton is elite as a pass protector. That is proven. He was good day one at Colorado, the same way Kelvin Banks was in 2022 here at Texas. He came in as a 5-star and did a great job blocking for Shador and Travis and them. Last year, the PFF grades reflect as such. But we've seen Trevor Gooseby play both sides. I don't know if Jordan Seaton is that type of guy. His build even too, right? Like he has more of a slender, tall basketball type build. Whereas Trevor Gooseby can, if you want him to be a mauler, he can go be a mauler, right? If you want him to be that upright, like I just feel like there's more, the pieces have to fit too. And to your point about Baker, that means Baker's going to have to move to guard, right? And is he playing left guard? Is he playing right guard? Who do you want him next to? The communication? These are conversations for Kyle Flood, right? And clearly they have an idea in their head if they're pursuing the young man this hard and scheduling a visit. But I'm just throwing that out there in terms of things to consider. Because somebody's going to have to play right tackle, even though they both in their mind want to play left tackle in the NFL. You know what I mean?
So, no, I hear you. And we know the difference in money from left tackle and right tackle. That's why it's such a crazy decision. Because if I'm Trevor Gooseby, which, it's all for the team. It's all for the team. But also, let's keep it a buck. Let's not take money out of my pockets for the future. And you're right, Steven. Like, I didn't even think about it like that. We saw Trevor Gooseby last year filling in for Cam Williams and did a hell of a job. So much so with how bad Cam Williams was against Ohio State, I thought it was a bad move not to give Trevor Gooseby a look then, because it was obvious in that game of how good those edge rushers were for Ohio State in that national championship run. With that injury that Cam Williams had, he wasn't right. He shouldn't have been out there.
They played the loyalty card a little too hard there, where it's like, in reality, retrospect, looking back, hindsight's 2020. 100% freshman Trevor Gooseby with little limited experience was probably a better option than a 70% healthy Cam Williams in that regard, especially having to block Jack Sawyer, right? Who just caused a fumble in the playoff game on CJ Stroud, right? Like, you were blocking an NFL defensive end. It's like, hey, let's go with, you know what I mean? Like, looking back at it, probably would
that was a
play
miss.
The other card.
that was a miss. That was a miss because Trevor Gooseby, he's held his own and then some. So, everything has to make sense. Like, the money has to make sense. Who knows who Jordan Seaton's agent is? Does he have an actual big time agent with actual
uncle?
credentials, or is he just like Uncle Ray Ray and them who just need some new rims for the coupe? Like I don't know. Like it's crazy out here, man. Like we got Drew Fabianich, executive director of the Senior Bowl, coming on. Drew's 37 years in the game as a coach and scout and all that, and he's been a GM too. So he's had multiple conversations with these agents, and it could just get ridiculous out here. So I hope whoever's representing Jordan Seaton, it could be very logical about things and realistic about things, because I can't knock anybody knowing their worth. And if you feel like you're worth $4 million, $3 million, and a team isn't going to pay that, or just doesn't have it, or isn't willing to pay that, or wants to spread that out, then I can't knock them either. But it's clear what Texas needs right now, which they've done a hell of a job in the transfer portal on the skill position side. But let me ask you this, Steven. The guys that they've had in on the offensive line, they bring in my guy from Oregon State.
Yep. And then they brought in the kid from
Texas.
A&M.
Yeah, A&M. And both of those guys seem like, just developmental guys. And, this is an all-in year.
Mm-hmm.
So is it worth? Because if Jordan Seaton ain't budging, if $3 million's the number, is it worth going out for something like that when most likely you only have him for 1 year, because this is a contract season for Jordan Seaton?
Yeah, all these guys. I mean, Cam Coleman, you're paying for, and I've been saying this, you're approaching this knowing that at minimum, hopefully it's more, but at minimum, you got 12 games of Arch left. You got 12 games of of Trevor Gooseby left. You got 12 games of Cam Coleman left. So all these guys are all on 1 year deals. I do appreciate them also still trying to consider the developmental aspect for beyond and depth considerations as well, which is what the Oregon State kid and the A&M kid, Jonte, came in. But that kid was 2025 class. The Oregon State kid was, I think, a redshirt freshman or a true freshman, right? So these are young guys, too, that they're also trying to fill spots with, of the guys that just went out the door. They haven't gotten their starters yet. So looking at now some of the targets that have come and gone, I know people have been critical. I was critical early. I've raised my hand multiple times and said I was a little impatient the first 5-7 days of the portal. I'm guilty. I wish more people take accountability, but I will. That being said,
that's big of you, by the way. That's real big of you to do. That is growth, man. That is growth. We need more of that.
And so, looking at it from the standpoint of what do you need, right? Obviously, the interior of the offensive line. It's great getting Connor Robertson back, but what are you going to do with these guards or Brandon? I mean, however you look at it, you got 2 starting spots that you need to fill, right? Whether it's the tackle or the guards. Now, I like this Alayu Ball kid from Maryland that is into the portal.
Yeah.
He's a big boy. I like some of these. So, because even with Jordan Seaton, right, to your point, you still need another guard.
Right.
Like you still need another one, right? Yeah. So they have another the Jackson State kid is in here today, visiting now. He's a tackle.
Yeah, Mason Barton.
So they have to, all these guys, Melvin Ciani from Wake Forest is now being talked about in the mix, who just entered the portal today. I think he's the 9th rated tackle on the board. So we also know with Kyle Flood is positional versatility. He likes to move people around. The more you can do, the better. Who will play guard for Texas, right? People talk about we have no idea what the 2026 O-line will look like. We're starting to get a better picture, but you still need those 2 starters. And it's almost feeling like musical chairs a little bit, especially when Nick Brooks decided to hit the portal. But I think some of these are also backup plans. Because if go revisit Jordan Seaton's recruitment to Colorado originally in 2024, wild recruitment.
What do you mean wild?
Wild. He was all over the place. He was literally all over the place until I remember him committing, I think on First Take or one of the ESPN shows, when he committed to Coach Prime. And it was a big pickup because remember the first year with Shedeur and Travis, they only won like 4 games because the offensive line was horrendous, and they threw a lot of money and opportunity at him to play early and to come in. That was a big deal to him, because I want to go back to your point with the pitch, right? Money aside, what does Texas give you? What does Texas bring? The network, the notoriety, all those things. That's where understanding the kid, the agent, the family comes into play from a relationship standpoint, because all these kids are looking for something different. These families are different. Some people just want to know that they're going to get a good education, they can make some coin, and they're not interested in all the glitz and glam of even Austin, right? Jordan Seaton doesn't strike me as that type of person, or that type of, this is somebody who gonna play it up, right? He already atting Dante Moore and all this stuff. He gonna take every visit. He gonna take his time, right? And so just like Cam Coleman and David Mulligetta were straight business, right? Moving as a unit. They move like an NFL operation. All of these people move very differently. And so Texas needs to kind of hone in on what connects for you and what makes sense for you, and having that pitch aligned. Not everybody needs to get a Nike pitch, okay?
Yeah.
And not everybody wants that. Some people just want to know, where's the facility? Is parking going to be on my butt? Yes. You know, like
Yo, man, you would think once Chris Del Conte gets a boot on his car, we got to make a change. Like we have to make a change. It's been a problem, but once we start getting CDC, the athletic director, and it's not like CDC is rump bro. This might be the best athletic director in all of sports. If he starts getting his car booted up, we got a problem. We got a problem. And you know CDC, just the class act that he is, he made a joke of it, took a picture with the homie and all that stuff. But, man, it's been a problem for decades. It seems like there's just no solutions. We got to fix it. And they're doing so. I think the athletes, once they build the new football facilities, they'll be able to park there or underground, or, you know, Chip be talking about it. But yeah, that's a problem, man. That's a problem for real. And
I want to make one other thing on Seaton, by the way. I look at Seaton in the same vein as a Bear Alexander. He's a straight mercenary. That's the vibe I get. But at the same token, that person can help you win a natty. Obviously, Bear Alexander was a big, crucial piece in Georgia's run his freshman year. But you also saw Bear Alexander jump to a different school almost every year, right? And so I look at Jordan Seaton as somebody not to that extreme, but somebody that just wants to get paid and get to the league. Like, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. No. There's nothing wrong with it's different strokes for different folks, but that's the vein I see him in, and he can help you. But just know you're gonna have to spend a lot of coin.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to want to stay at his home position and be more equipped to play left tackle than the first team all-world left tackle you already have on your roster. So you got to make it work as well. Yeah,
I agree. And, you know, God knew what he was doing, not giving me any athletic ability, because I'd be slutting around just like Jordan Seaton. Just like, with my next flight? when
I'm getting flued out.
What kind of wine is this? You know, look it up on Google, but like, nah, Alabama, that wine was $80 a bottle. This old CVS wine that you got me, that ain't it. You know, I'd be fed grapes. Like, it'd be bad, man. God knew what he was doing, not giving a brother any talent, because I get Jordan Seaton. I understand it. I don't knock it. Get wine and dined. Like, let them know, like, hey, man, this is probably going to be it. Like, this is a business trip for me. I'm here for a year. I probably won't even unpack my clothes, because once I get that NFL call, I'm out of here. So you got to hope and trust that, okay, this guy is such a man about business. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize his career. Therefore, he'll do anything to be a good player so he could get more money whenever that draft comes up. So we ain't got to worry about him. And that's the thing you get concerned about with just mucking up your locker room, guys that aren't there for the right reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And Sark's talked about it a lot. Like, you never want to get put in those brutal situations where, yeah, you bring in a guy that's talented, but his mind ain't in the right place. And the guys that have been there from the grind, they butt heads, and you got just guys choosing sides, and you're just teams not on the same page. So I'm very eager to see how they play out this offensive line stuff.
And see CB's comment here?
I do.
I just brought up Melvin from Wake Forest 2 minutes ago. And somebody else said he wasn't. So, because he did enter with a no contact tag, by the way. Which, for those who don't know, typically you already have something arranged and lined up ready to go if you're saying no contact. So, let's verify that, Zay. But that's a big one. That's a big one if he's a top 10 tackle who could play, again, talking about musical chairs and where people fit. A kid with great length, very, very highly regarded player out of Wake Forest. So if that is the case, that is huge for Texas in terms of what is that best five? I'll call it best five. What does that best five look like for the Texas O-line, knowing that they have to block for the crown jewel Arch Manning next season?
Yeah, good call. This just in. Chris Hummer says of 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, Wake Forest offensive tackle Melvin Siani has signed with Texas. So, yeah, that's a big get. It's a big get. Very interesting. Very interesting, because I see that and I say, all right, Seton, well, you do your thing. Like, appreciate it. Because
he'll be here tomorrow. So I mean,
you think he's still coming? You think he's still coming after this?
I think they know they need multiple guys. They need multiple guys. So
well, that's the
question
thing.
is, can he play guard? Who's playing guard?
Can Siani play guard? Because I don't know much of him. You would know more than I.
I think I've only seen him play tackle at Wake Forest. Now,
okay.
Somebody, if anybody else has been out there, but again, what the conversations have been behind the scenes and the vision that they paint for these players of how we envision using you, how we see you using, clearly it aligned with his expectations for him to enter with the do not contact tag and for him to commit the same day he entered.
Yeah.
Think about that.
No,
so
some real.
There's still if he can, let's throw out a hypothetical, right? If he can, then, and let's say Baker still moves to guard, then you still do have a spot for Seton. Because Seton and Goose would be your tackles, Siani and Baker would be your guards, and then Connor Robertson would be your center. Those are your five. So the numbers could still work here. So I don't see this disrupting. I don't see it disrupting Seton's visit for the simple fact that Texas is still orchestrating all of this. And for them to know his visit was tomorrow regardless, they have to have some sort of plan to make all of this work. That's just my 2 cents, just looking at the puzzle pieces.
No, Brandon Harris clearly putting in work behind the scenes.
Put some respect on my name.
Yo, Brandon Harris, Texas fans were at his head last week. Some of the tweets I saw were just outrageous, man.
I was one of the people pointing the red dot, bro. I'm not going to lie. I was heated. I had the red dot on my boy, and I had to pull it back, yo.
Yeah, he was real petty, too. He was on his social media, calling y'all out, calling people like you out, Steven, letting you know, hey, chill. The fat lady has not sung yet. And Texas, they've made some moves, so got to respect it. He is Steven Ngati, a Fanatic Perspective, joining me here on Chip and Zay on this Thursday. We are rocking and rolling, and it's time to bring on my guy who is just, man, what he's got going on, just absolutely incredible. 2 weeks until the Panini Senior Bowl. He is the executive director of that and has done a hell of a job. Drew Fabianich in the building. How you doing, Drew?
Fellas, what's up, Zay?
Oh, man, just keeping on, my brother, which I know you got a lot going on. A little over 2 weeks, two Saturdays from this Saturday. January 31st. It seems like the roster and everything is coming together. I know you're very proud about that. Just tell us and the people what's your schedule right now, what you're doing specifically, getting ready for the Senior Bowl as you chuckle, because I know it's a lot.
Oh, I can't even go into it. I mean, there's so many moving parts that my staff handles and that I do supervise, but what they handle is amazing. And people behind the scenes, do a great job. The public has no idea what it's like to put on this game. They have no idea what the cost of this game is. I mean, no idea. I mean, put it this way, just the rooms for the players alone are $500,000. Oh yeah, that's just the players alone. That ain't counting everybody else. So I mean, it's there's fundraising involved right now. We're still selling tickets. I'm still waiting on 2 guys. That's about it. Waiting on a couple that have accepted, but are playing in the national championship game.
Right.
So again, they also can't declare until after they play in the championship game either. That's a stipulation that the league had. That hey, the deadline's 15th, except for the guys who are playing in the national championship game. So talking with their agents, seeing if they're going to be healthy enough. I mean, I've talked to 1,000 agents, probably, from the time I arrived till now. I've learned to dislike 95% of them, because they think they got all the answers, and they think they know where their client's going to get drafted. And I can pretty much tell them where their clients are going to get drafted. I mean, I did do this for quite a long time. I mean, I have set a lot of boards. So again, guys that listen to area scouts out there, say, hey, I got a 2nd round left tackle, well, guess what? No, you don't, because there's 13 more guys that are better than him, so you don't see them. But then when you say that to an agent, well, then the agent goes, well, we got 1st round grades on our guy. Oh, okay. Well, guess what? He ain't get drafted in the 1st round. I can already tell you that, but they don't listen. And the roster shaped up, I mean, really well. I mean, it really did. We got 2 more juniors today. We got Malik Muhammad today. And,
nice.
Awesome. So is that our second Longhorn with Michael Taft?
Yeah, the second Longhorn. Yes. And we also got Colton Hood today.
Okay.
So 2 corners that are pretty damn good. So yeah, I'm still filling pieces, and I already had those guys kind of accounted for anyway. We just couldn't announce them until the papers came in today. That's just a league rule. We've been doing that. We do everything that that's predicated by the league, because they're a big supporter of us. I mean, they are. I mean, the league office is very supportive of this game. We're also stacking the coaches right now, because Troy Vincent started a program called Coaching Up, and it's young coaches that don't get exposed because, long story short, the NFL coaches really don't have a convention, but they got an unofficial one now down here. Well, here's the thing. These guys, like, if you're a coordinator, you can become a head coach. If you're a position coach, you can become a coordinator. Teams that are eliminated from playoffs submit that to the league office. Then the league office splits those guys up and gives, the East-West portion of coaches and us a portion of coaches to coach the game. Well, we're working with those guys because they're not all from the same team. I mean, we got some from New Orleans, we got some from Kansas City, we got some from Philly. I mean, it's a good exposure for them because they don't go out and recruit. They don't see other coaches. It's a way for them to be seen and be watched coaching. So now the quote 2 or 3 trees that used to get head coaching jobs. Well, hopefully that's going to expose these guys, to getting those types of jobs. And I thought it was a great initiative by Troy Vincent. I mean, it's a good career development piece. So God, I mean, we're doing the coaches. We're doing, the uniforms the uniform reveal, which I hope you saw. It was a retro nod to, like, I saw a photo, black and white, from like 1968. And it had the shoulder piping and the piping underneath. And I go, that's the one we're going to do. And we went back to the red, white, and blue, the original colors, which I didn't know was from Delchamps, was a big grocery store, and they actually sponsored the game for a number of years, and their colors were red, white, and blue. So it just, I figured it was just time to go back to what it was, because I mean, again, Reese's was a great partner. Don't get me wrong, but Panini's like, just run with it. Hey, we get the logo and everything else, but run with whatever you want. I was like, sweet. So we got them for 5 years. We just signed a Nike deal for 3.
Nice.
We just partnered with Dick's, and I'm gonna start a podcast next year, Pods.
Okay, there we go.
And we're gonna do it at Dick's, because they've got a studio there. So, so again, yeah, jersey reveal, coaches, I mean, players, I mean, training facilities, I mean, talking to guys at the Hula, talking to guys at the American, just in case I lose a guy here or there. But the roster, I mean, speaks for itself. I mean, and there's another game that thinks there's a competition, thinks there's a competition.
Oh man,
You got smoke.
And actually thought there was blood in the water because of Jim leaving, right?
Yep.
Well, there's blood in the water, and it ain't me because I'm the Great White.
Oh, yo, talk your shit, Drew.
Pop off, Drew.
I mean, tell me, fellas. I mean, where is this roster weak? Weak.
I don't see it.
I mean, the defensive ends speak for itself.
No.
I mean, really good group of corners. And notice, me being the bias that I am, love me some big corners. So we got some big corners. We got
some big corners in this this roster. Yep.
I mean, heck, look at the linebackers. I mean, Jacob Rodriguez won every award known to man, Lombardi, the Buckets, he's here. I mean, great group. I mean, quarterbacks, great group. I mean, and I'll say this: some people go, well, you didn't invite, Carson Beck. Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm waiting for the national championship game. Okay, so guess what? He's probably coming.
Yeah.
So people like, and again, I saw you guys I'd be talking about Brandon. Love Brandon Harris. Okay, dude, love Brandon. And I'm like him. Why don't you just wait? Okay, why don't you just wait? Okay, because there's 4 dudes coming from Miami's defense. Okay, 4 dudes. Okay, 4. Okay, you can figure that out pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. So again, I'm thrilled to death with it. It's just there's something that, I mean, again, the one thing that's good about this gig is that it's kind of like the GM gig in college, even though that's a shit show. It changes all the time. When I scouted, it was like I knew exactly what flight I was going to the combine on. I knew what flight I was coming back. I mean, I knew when I was going to Minnesota, and what time of year. I knew when I was going. It was so damn monotonous. The only thing that changed was the players' names. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. This changes every 5 flipping minutes. Because there's always something. And then once that game's over with, about 3 days of cleaning up, I'm taking a break. I mean a major break. So I know I went long on that, but that's not what's going on, brother. It's something.
No, we appreciate it, Drew, man, and you deserve to take a break. You've busted your ass with this thing, and you're definitely reaping the benefits, which are absolutely amazing. Let me ask you about Malik Muhammad. As you just mentioned, he's on your squad for the Senior Bowl, and I thought Malik Muhammad was amazing this year. Like, they weren't throwing to him. You didn't really see him get much action except in the Oklahoma game where John Mateer threw him.
Why?
Yeah.
He's cover folks.
Yeah.
Guess what? When there's not a lot of production, go look who's covered. And guess what? The dude's covered, the ball ain't coming there.
Right.
I mean, seriously, I used to sit there and go like, I'm watching corners, I'm going like, man, you got no balls, but covered, you covered. And you go, guess what? That's why you didn't get any production. I mean, the guys that get a lot of production have their eyes on the ball, and it's mostly zone coverage, because they can see the cue. Well, you're in press, you're going to see the ball late, and there ain't a lot of dudes that could make plays on the ball in press. I mean, put it this way, Richard Sherman was a great press corner. He wasn't very good in off man. Wasn't very good at all because he was so damn long, you know. I mean, Malik has got really, really good foot speed for a corner with length. I mean, there is not a lot of wasted movements with him. He doesn't waste steps in his turn, right? When he plant drives, he doesn't have to resync. You know, there's not a delay in the transition. You know, he closes really, really well. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't like to put them up against each other, but those two that I just mentioned, they are going to look really good down here, really good. You know, and I'm a little biased towards Colton just because I recruited him at Auburn. You know, and you know he ended up leaving Auburn, going to Colorado, and then going to Tennessee, and still know his family quite well, and you know he's a competitor. You know, so I mean I think those guys are going to have a good week. I mean, the Demings kid from Stephen F. I mean he's going to surprise people because he's built like Malik, and he's got the same kind of skill set. He just doesn't have the mass. You know, so he's going to get bigger. I mean, don't know how he stayed at Stephen F. I don't know how somebody did yank him from there. I don't know how, because now if you're good enough, you know, at that level, somebody going to yank you. You know, somebody is, and it makes the NFL's job easier, and it makes my job easier, because I'll bet I didn't look at 25 guys non P4, just because they're already in P4. Right. I mean, one little back. Not little, okay, but shorter. The Jamari Taylor kid from Virginia, he's a North Carolina Central transfer, right? He blew it up at Virginia, blew it up. And people go, where are your HBCU players? They're at P4. Because if you're good enough there, they're going to take you. You know, so I'm like, I can't help it, but the HBCUs are rated. The D2s are rated. The 1AAs are rated. I mean, I'm thinking Dartmouth, right? Stephen F. Do you count San Diego State?
Nah.
It's traditional G5. Yeah.
So two dudes. I mean, outside of G5 and P4. I mean, because they're all transfers. You look at the bios, you go like, oh, okay, he came from there. Oh, he came from there. Yeah. I mean, and look at the dudes that stayed in school. You know, like Kyan Lee, he transferred like Ohio State, right? I mean, now those dudes are even transferring, the ones that are staying in, you know, to get a little bit more cheese. Oh, I did hear you make the comment about the do not contact list. Okay, that means you're tampering.
Stop, Drew. Stop playing.
He just said the quiet part out loud. I mean, it is what it is. It's the truth.
Dude, I mean, guess what? What's the NCAA going to do? What's the NCAA going to do? I mean, how many deals did they turn down on that quote Deloitte thing? Like 490 or something like that? And I bet you every single one of them gets overturned. Every single one. Because they're not going to litigate it. They're not. You know? So, no, I'll tell the NCAA, and trust me, you know, there's a senator that wants me to be part of that group to talk about reforming the calendar and everything else. So I'm in, because I mean, I'm with Dan Lanning. This crap needs to be done January 1. I mean, does need to be done. I mean, how many weeks did Texas Tech sit before they played? Was it 4 weeks?
Yeah, it was like 26 days, I think they said.
I mean, come on, man. Really? Yeah. You know? I mean, you're going to get rusty. I mean, you just are. So, there. I did see the quiet part out loud, but guess what? I've been part of that. You know?
I love it.
I have a question for you, Drew. And by the way, Stephen, nice to meet you from a fanatic perspective. You know, just on the Malik Muhammad tip and his teammate Michael Taff, one of the things we heard about during the season this year in Malik's growth was his football IQ and communication ability in the secondary. When you look at guys that are great communicators and just have those ability to translate and scheme and whatnot, what are those some of the biggest traits you're looking for during that entire week of practice in Mobile, right? Because I hear about there's so much emphasis on the game, but what are you guys looking at in terms of that entire week of practice? You know, guys learning what they're going to be doing and communicating with new teammates and such.
Well, I mean, put it this way: if you're a communicator, you're always been a communicator. You always are. There's some guys that don't. I mean, and they're just not. I mean, because gosh, there's been plenty of corners that don't talk to anybody, and you're just going to signal them, whether they're going to be, hard or soft corner, whatever. You're going to give them a hand signal, or you're going to tell them. The safety's normally going to tell them. Michael Tapp he's a communicator. He ran the whole back end for him, and the league wants to see him at nickel too. So he's going to be playing some nickel down here. What we're looking for, I mean, you look at everything. I mean, people don't understand that, hey, is a guy hiding in the back of the line? Is he cherry picking a guy? Is he waiting for a safety to be out there instead of a corner? I mean, you'd be surprised what you see when you really watch closely. And I always tell people this: I wasn't a scout. I was a professional observer for 18 years. I mean, I watched everything. I watched how they operated on the sideline. I watched how they were at practice. I watched how if they bounced back after a bad one. I watched if they talked shit and if they backed it up. Just everything, because you don't get enough time with the players to get to know them very well, because you just don't have a lot of time allotted. You're going to get 20 minutes down here with the players. You're going to get 60 minutes with the quarterbacks, right? Every team, okay? Every team. And then you go to combine, you got 15 minutes in the train station, okay? Well, I'm making a multi-million-dollar decision, and I may not spend an hour with this kid. And what people tell you sometimes is not true, because they don't want to affect their players in the building, and they want to get back to the head coach at their high school that you badmouthed the player, or you told the truth, right? Because of recruiting. So, it's a hard thing, but we expose them to the process here. And I keep saying that it's not the same process as Nick Saban always talks about. This is the NFL process. Is you go to the Senior Bowl, you go to the combine, you go to your pro day, and then you go on a 30 visit if you got a damn issue or if you're a big time player. Bottom line, that's the process. Okay. When you do the process the right way and you do everything that's asked, at least you show the league that it's important to you and you possibly love to play. Because if you don't love this game, you won't last in the NFL, because those vets will expose your ass and they will run you out, because that's their job, and you ain't taking my money. I mean, that's what they're saying. So, I mean, again, we watch. You, like I said, you'd be surprised what you watch, and even in endos, there were certain things I really looked for, like lateral movement, because if you can't move laterally in football, you can't play this damn game. You can't. I mean, because again, you have to load and reload your weight laterally, because the game's not played just vertically; it's played horizontally too. So I mean, there's a lot, and again, certain things mattered more to me. I don't know if you saw any of the tweets, Zay, but my acronym for Hair on Fire, MF. Okay, right? And those are the dudes I love, because every single one of them is successful in the NFL, because at some point that opponent is going to put his guard down. And guess what? If it's a pass rusher, I mean, guess what? You may get 2 sacks on that dude just on effort alone, and they're always that way. And it's like, I've never seen one that wasn't successful in the league. Now, they may be a lesser athlete, but they make up for it by the way they play, and there's dudes like that. And that's one of my biases. You'll see it on my little tags. I'll say, H-O, hair on fire.
Hair on fire. Speaking with Drew Fabianich, Executive Director of the Panini Senior Bowl. Drew, let me ask you about Cole Payton, quarterback out of North Dakota State. Talk about him a little bit and how he got in, because obviously coming from North Dakota State, the competition's very different. But he had 16 touchdowns this year, only 4 interceptions, 2,700 yards through the air. Talk about what you like about him and how you see him translating to the next level.
He's got a lot of the same traits that some of these other guys have, like Taylor Green. Taylor Green's a dual threat guy. Cole Payton is a dual threat guy. And what's funny is that he's got a really good stroke for a left-hander and got a lot of zip on the ball, which I know it sounds weird, but a lot of lefties cradle the ball and it doesn't come out of their hand with as much velocity because of that, I think. This one's got a little bit more of Michael Vick kind of lefty kind of thing working, Plus, he's a dual threat. He's strong. He's a really good runner. He waited his turn, and produced. He's a one-year guy. And, the reason why he's here is because the league wants to see if he belongs. And quite honestly, I want to see if he belongs. But what's funny is the ones that come from North Dakota State usually end up being pretty damn successful in the NFL. There hadn't been a lot of busts out of that place. You know what I mean? The ones that were good enough to play in this game.
Right.
Gray Zabel went from the top of the third to the 18th pick and made himself in a 4-year contract about $12.2 million difference. He showed he could belong, right? Carson Wentz was down here. Christian Watson was down here. It's like one a year for a long time. For a long time.
And you look at with Peyton, his predecessor Cam Miller was drafted by the Las Vegas Raiders just last season, right? So there's also kind of this precedent between Carson Wentz, Trey Lance, Cam Miller, now Cole Payton. That's a lot of guys in the last
there was
8
another
years.
one. Yeah, there was another one that's a backup at San Diego. Not San Diego, but the Chargers. I always say San Diego Chargers still.
Yeah, Easton Stick.
Yeah. See, there you go.
I forgot about Easton. Yeah.
Again, they take dudes and they actually develop guys up there. They do. And guess what? They're all hardworking. They all, understand the game. They're well coached. So again, I wanted to give the guy an opportunity because that division, that conference they play in has some pretty good football. For 1AA. Not FCS, it is.
I still call it 1AA too.
Yeah. I can't help it, not gonna change for me.
This is a really interesting quarterback room so far, we'll say, right? Because you said, national championship still outstanding.
I'm taking 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at least the guys that we know of right now, I'm really interested in Garrett Nussmeier and Sawyer Robertson in particular, because before the season, those guys, draft, all of us draft junkies that follow mock drafts and all that stuff, those are guys that had some first round type grades and whatnot. And we know that the season didn't necessarily go how they wanted it to go. Sawyer did have some big games, but Garrett had injury issues, and then we know how LSU went. But his first year as a starter, he was coming off a 4,000-yard season, replacing Jaden Daniels. And his, we know about Doug Nussmeier, his father, and the NFL pedigree there. I'm curious to see the showcase for him, right, and trying to rebuild his stock, especially with a guy like Dante Moore deciding to stay at Oregon and some of the opportunities that could be there for some of these quarterbacks to bump up.
Well, Zay's heard me say this before. I can't see what I saw. I can't unsee it. And guess what? I saw 4,000 yards and 24 touchdowns, right? I've known the kid since he was 15. I worked with Doug. We were together with the Cowboys. But guess what? They didn't protect very well. The receivers didn't show up. They couldn't run the football. And he was getting pummeled. And he was hurt. So I wanted, guess what? I never flinched at all. I was like, I'm inviting him in August. Okay. I already knew that. I was the Manning Academy. I was like, Garrett's getting an invite, because I can't unsee what I saw. And, with Sawyer, they didn't play any defense. He was always in a catch-up mode. They couldn't run the ball either. And they didn't do a very good job protecting him either. He's one of the best pure passers of this whole damn class. And he's a big man. And he's actually athletic enough to buy himself some time.
Excellent movement skills, too.
Yeah. And again, he did lead the NCAA in yardage, did he not? But again, I want to give guys the opportunity because they earned it. and they both earned it. And I'm not flinching on any of that. And guess what? When they come down here and they do really well, we'll go, "Yep, told you." Yeah. Because again, I know what a football player looks like. I've seen enough in my life, and guess what? They'll be successful down here. They really will.
There's some big names in this game too. I mean, the biggest name and the guy that probably had the most successful season in terms of from a college notoriety standpoint, Diego Pavia, Heisman Trophy finalist. But I know the height thing, all the typical stereotypes of the successful college QB that played in the option offense to the NFL stuff. I'm really curious to see how he looks down there. And then on the defensive side, Jacob Rodriguez, Lee Hunter, and David Bailey. Wow, right? Those are monster names. So just, kind of the marquee guys, if we can talk a little bit about them.
Well, those corners too now. Like just those two I brought up. I mean, the other ones, it's a really good group. I mean, we got a Bucky back there too now. I mean, so just added him, right? I just talked to Pavia last night, because I'm a 5'9" quarterback too, and, we kind of talked about certain things, and, he's jacked up, he's fired up. He wants to, do some 5-step, he wants to do some 7-step. He wants to show people that, he can operate in a pocket. As far as like Jacob Rodriguez, I mean, everybody is talking about the numbers, the instincts, and everything else. He kind of reminds me of Terrell Bernard, that was a Baylor, I mean, got the same kind of body type, the same kind of, just feel and coverage. Lee Hunter, I mean, I kid around with him. I said, you got a little bit of sexy fat man to you now. I said, because you got a little bit more than just you're a two-gapper, you're a run stuffer, you're power rusher. No, he got a little bit of rush to him, and he's got a little bit of bend, and again, for his size, he can actually roll. I mean, most dudes that big, I mean, he's going to time well too now at the combine. I mean, he really is. Again, I'm bragging these guys up because, I mean, hey, I like them, and I want everybody. I want to be able to walk away from this and say everybody that came to this game got drafted. Every single one of them, because I'm gonna miss out on some of those top 5 picks or whatever because they think they're too good or whatever. But the first round doesn't matter to me. The second round doesn't matter to me. Third round doesn't matter to me. It does when I'm splitting teams up and making decisions on guys. But I want this to be 100% of the guys got drafted this year. Yeah. That's what I want to be able to say.
Yeah. Last question here, Drew. National championship game, Indiana, clearly the big-time favorite here. You got Miami, the underdog, has been playing great under Mario Cristobal. You got players in this game that will be down there in Alabama. Your thoughts on the matchup and your thoughts on the players that you have in the game playing in this national championship?
Well, my dumb ass thought that Oregon was actually going to beat Indiana. I thought they had more weapons, more talent. I was obviously proved wrong. He does a great job. So he does a great job coaching those guys. They play really sound football. They play good defense. They move around a lot. They fly to the ball. I mean, and they're productive on offense, and they got good weapons. I mean, Surratt's already in, our game. I mean, I love big receivers too. Big corners, big receivers. Love them both. I'm a defensive guy, though, so I'm always biased towards a defense, and Miami's playing lights out on defense right now. I hope they can continue to do that. Them being back in Miami, I actually think helps them a little bit. Just being home and being more comfortable. I think it's going to be close. I really do. I don't think this is going to be a 10-point game. I really don't. I kind of lean a little bit towards Miami just because of the defense. And I think Carson Beck will play better, when they run the ball. If they can run the ball with Mark Fletcher, then they got a hell of a chance of beating Indiana. If they can't run the ball, then it's hard for Carson to just beat him on his own. You gotta have some play action. You gotta be able to take shots.
Yeah, they did a good job not allowing Trinidad Chambliss to be on that field. Maybe they could do the same thing with Fernando Mendoza.
And they didn't run him. I mean, for God's sake, they didn't run Trinidad. I mean, that disappeared out of the game plan. I was like, man, I would have ran him more, and I would have made him defend all 11. Because I told you when I coordinated, I hated defending all 11. I mean, it's a pain in the ass. Well, once you start saying, okay, I'm going to drop back and throw, well, take away that, then the coverage isn't as good. I mean, the coverage is better, I'm saying, because now you take away that threat.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Drew. He is Drew Fabianich, Executive Director of the Panini Senior Bowl, former scout, former GM, 37 years in the game of coaching. Drew, as always, man, we appreciate you and can't wait to see you next week.
Nice to
You
meet you,
coming?
Drew.
Say what?
Are you coming?
I'm trying to get up there. We're trying to get up there, man.
Let's go.
We love it.
Let's
Absolutely
go.
love it. Hell yeah.
Go.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, hey, always a pleasure. All right.
Absolutely.
Pleasure to
Appreciate
meet
you, Drew.
too.
Thank you. Nice to meet you as well, Drew. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my man Drew, man. You
I
heard
love
it.
the passion. He's
Yo,
still hungry. He
that's-
flexed on everybody. He said, "You got your little other bowl game, your little cute little bowl game over there. That's cool. That's cool. Pull up to Mobile, Alabama. If you really want to talk that talk, check my roster. I love the energy, man. And we could talk all day, man. That was awesome.
He's always fun, man. And then what's funny is like he'll go on those rants and like you heard him, he was like, sorry to go on so long. And it's like, no, it's like, we want that shit.
Yes.
Like we want that energy, Drew,
I
because
love it.
you could tell he's a former coach. Like you could tell 100% he just has that competitiveness. And that's what he meant when he was talking about that other Senior Bowl game. I ain't gonna say him. Shout out to Jalen Gilbo. I saw him. He's gonna be in that other game, and DJ Campbell and Ethan.
I know
Bird.
we got our boys everywhere.
They're boys. They're in that one, and I hope they do well. But yeah, there's another one that is the top dog, and Drew. He knows. He ain't even gonna front there. God, that's funny. But if you haven't been here before Drew jumped on, Texas Longhorns got a new offensive tackle from the transfer portal, Melvin Siani out of Wake Forest. Good get for Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood, 6'6", 302 pounds. He had 25 starts during his time at Wake Forest and 28 appearances. He's a Canadian from Ontario, Canada, and he spent his freshman and sophomore years at Temple before transferring to Wake Forest. So guy that's got it from the mud, started all 3 games in 2025 at left tackle, and his grade on Pro Football Focus is 72.8 overall. His run blocking grade is a 66.8, and his pass blocking grade is an 80.7. So if you know the Pro Football Focus, you know those numbers. If you're 90, that's elite. If you're 80, that's really good. If you're 70, I think that's average. So he's a little bit above average, but when it comes to pass protection, he is very good. Run blocking has to improve, but overall, Steven, it seems like a really good get.
It is, and it gives you options, right? Especially now that this is a guy, again, where they play, how the best 5 lines up. But you got a really good football player, right? You got a really good football player out of the portal. This is now we're starting to cook. You know how I know we're cooking, Zay? When people start tagging me in the tampering allegations. Okay?
Oh, man.
When people start tagging me from other fan bases in the tampering game, that's how I know them boys cooking, bro.
How is it cheating when we all doing it? That's what I want to know. Like, and Drew put it on blast too. Like, oh, they were tampering. What's tampering really?
He's right though. If you get in with a do not contact thing, like Jordan Washington, right? Like he got in with a do not contact on his transfer thing, and like a day later he's at North Carolina. Like, and somebody's like, yeah, it's an ACC school, and they only got 1 visit set. What do you think?
I never really understood tampering at the college level because it's just like okay, I
I
can't
mean, we can
call
get
somebody.
technical about it. Yeah, you
Yeah,
call the agent.
yeah, like I can't just call somebody and say, "What's up? How you doing? How's the family?" You know what I'm saying? What's what's Auntie cooking later? You know what I'm saying? Just chopping it up. Like we're friends. We know each other. We're in the business together. You know who says that Melvin Ciani isn't friends? And I'm speculating here. They go crazy when the Conjuring and speculation starts here. Steven, they go crazy. The people, the viewers, they always put me on blast for it because my mind it goes a lot of places.
Just let me know when I need to get my tinfoil hat, brother. I'm with
Yeah.
you. I'll be there with you.
But who says that he didn't know Trevor Gooseby? Who says they don't go back? Where like, let me connect you to Brandon Harris. I got him right here. Like I feel like tampering is a lazy word nowadays. Because it's just everybody can do it. It's just taking the call. And look, everybody's going to look at Texas and try to put the cheating out there because it's Texas, but your school's doing it too. So I'm not really trying to hear all that, tampering and stuff. Like everybody's doing it. And who knows? Maybe Ciani always wanted to go to Texas. And he was saying, hey, I always wanted to be a Longhorn. At the end of the day, I ain't trying to hear nothing else. And everything just worked out. But come on, y'all. Y'all gotta be better. These folks out here.
In a lot of these kids, especially the ones that have real agents, let's go there, right? Versus unking them, the ones that have real agents, those agents have multiple players on all these teams. It's very similar to the NFL. If I'm negotiating with, David, let's use David as an example. That was Micah Parsons' agent, right? Cowboys got to do business with them. You know who else he represents? George Pickens, right? You know who else he represents? Malik Hooker. I got multiple people on that team. So if we are going to have, the lines are going to be blurred with the conversations that are being had. So I think it was a good question you asked about, like, well, who's Jordan Seaton's agent? I don't personally know, right? I don't know who his agent is. But if he has a real agent, chances are he probably represents guys all over P4, right? So if we're talking, we're going to know, right? Texas, some of this information is being volunteered to Sarkin, though, right? Because it's like, hey, we know what y'all's roster looks like. We know y'all got money. You try to set up a visit or what? Like the kid that went to Indiana from Wisconsin, Joe Bruner, who I really wanted, and he ended up signing with Indiana. That kid's agent was trying his damnedest to set up a visit for him to come to Austin, but it sounded like the kid wanted to stay in the Midwest, which is I don't have a problem with. You want to stay home, stay home. But that kid's agent was going out of his way to try to set up the visit. Texas wanted the visit and was pushing for it. But they were the ones, when they jumped out from Wisconsin, they were like, it's either Texas or Indiana. They were the ones that put that out there before he even entered the portal. Right. So it's a business we're in now.
Yeah. So before we had Drew on, you were saying something along the sorts of you could still see Jordan Seaton coming for a visit. And possibly, if it works out, I don't know what my man Melvin Ciani is about. I don't know if he's coming in to play tackle or not, but you threw out there maybe he's up for playing on the inside, or hell, even Trevor Gooseby, depending on the situation. I don't see that happening, but
no,
but
I think
bringing in Seaton too, you still think that could be a thing, even though they just signed Ciani.
No, yeah. So to me, with this move, in terms of just my look on this from the outside, I want to make that clear, folks. To me, this kind of confirms Brandon Baker's moving to guard, right? At the minimum. At the minimum, he's going inside, which we've been hearing for weeks. So that's nothing new. However, you have an opening at left guard, you have an opening at right guard, right? And so if he's only taking one guard spot, and, Ciani can play one tackle spot, great. But if Jordan Seaton's in play and the kid can play, again, Kyle Flood is big on playing multiple positions. And if somebody else can slide inside And now I have two. When you talk about the term bookend tackles, I don't know if you can get more bookend than Seaton and Gooseby at the collegiate level. It just gives you more options. So that's where I'm going with this in terms of the numbers game. And I think Texas is thinking in that direction of trying to at least go and approach the big fish, because to Drew's point earlier, if you're coming in with a do not contact tag, this was planned.
Yeah.
The boy entered today and he signed today. I'm just seeing now Chris Hummer's reporting he didn't just commit, he signed with Texas. So they also set up the visit today for Seaton. Like, all of this is happening in the same 24-hour window. So they got to be thinking, we're approaching both. And I'm hearing, that they wanted both of these guys. So that tells me that they plan on moving some people around. That's where I was going with that, Zay.
Yeah. And kudos to Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkisian and Brandon Harris for potentially convincing these guys to move positions before they even touch down. Or I'm sure these talks have gone on with the current offensive line, or at least you would hope so. You would hope that Brandon Baker is involved something where they're giving them a heads up to where, like, hey, dude, we're bringing in somebody. He might take your spot, but you going to play. Are you cool with that? You cool moving to the inside? And if he is, kudos to him. Like, that's a team player. In an era where you don't have to be a team player. Brandon Baker could have easily said, hell no. Y'all costing me money. I'm going to go to a place where I'm going to be the bona fide starter. I ain't going to have to battle with nobody, and I ain't got to worry about somebody trying to take my spot. But apparently with this signing, like you said, Steven, that doesn't seem like the case. It seems like guys are open to moving positions, and you got to convince those players to do so. I got to give Kyle Flood, Sark, and everyone who was involved, Brandon Harris, credit for doing that, because I would have been petty at that left guard or left tackle position, any type of tackle position. There's just a lot of money in the future for that they're paying instead of for interior guys. And, you don't want to be typecasted. Like,
True.
You don't want to be typecasted as, okay, this is all he can do. Hell, we even had rumors when Kelvin Banks was entering the draft, maybe he should be a guard, which that couldn't have been more bogus. I don't know who did that. I don't know who was the first one to say that, but
my brother survived those allegations, though. He survived I said my brother survived the allegations. My brother Kelvin Banks, though.
Yeah, that was so bogus, man. And he was good this year. Like, that's a first team all rookie tackle for what he did for the Saints. Even though the Saints were the Saints, Kelvin Banks was one of the lone bright spots there. So you just got to be careful, and I understand these guys. I get being a team player, but also I get looking out for yourself and trying to do what's best for yourself. And that means some guys not wanting to change positions, then I can't knock them for doing that.
So 2 quick things as I'm looking at the text messages that come in. Again, we are causing crash outs amongst other people's fan bases. So I'm in a group chat, and I don't care. I'll put these people on blast. They LSU and A&M fans. We all in the SEC roundtable group chat. One person named Billy, the other person named BA. Y'all seen them on my channel before. So Billy said, Wake Forest left tackle just signed with Texas. Y'all tampering like a mofo. Still not a peep, though. BA goes, well, isn't everybody tampering? Now they're fighting amongst themselves. I love to see it. That means we putting in that work, okay? We putting in that work. The other thing is the scheme, okay? So we signed 2, explosive backs in Hollywood Smothers and Ray League Brown, right? And we're looking to have those explosive 15-plus yard runs, just be more dynamic with maximizing when those opportunities are there. We know we've been better running outside zone. Could this also be Texas just saying, you know what, we're going to play to our strengths? We're going to get some really athletic guys that can move in space, even if they have to play technically inside, because the issue we had with these are all big people, but when you look at the Connor Strohs of the world, and I'm not trying to poo-poo on anybody, but these are guys that were big, massive people, but they had cement feet. they really struggle to in reach blocks, getting out to a backer, getting out on the edge, and creating some of those lanes. Could this also be Texas is making some of these evals and shifting to more, hey, we got to get guards that can move in space, bro. We are going to run, we are going to spam bubble and tunnel screens with Ryan Wingo because Cam Coleman's on the other side taking two people with them every play. So I need some guards that can get downfield. I can't have people with cement feet that are going to be on the ground half the time and can't get out in space, right? So I do think we need to consider the scheme element of this as well in terms of some of the positional changes that we may see this spring when the roster is more set.
Yeah, good point, because the years prior, when you think about, and even those guys like Jake Majors and Hayden Connor, sometimes they had their struggles too, but they were way more athletic than the guys that we saw this past season. And if you're going to run the football the way that I'm sure Jabbar Jaluk and Steve Sarkisian want to run the football, you're right, Steven. You got to have guys that can move. And you got to have guys that can get to the second level. We didn't see that enough. Yeah, you can hit the guys on the defensive line, but I need you to move forward. I need you to move forward to get those backers and those little guys and take them out. And obviously the lack of explosiveness from C.J. Baxter and Contravian Wisner didn't help anyone. And Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers, they should negate some of the troubles that your offensive line has by just making people miss and being able to just zoom past guys. But still, you need athletic offensive linemen in this conference consistently. And I think they're doing a good job of finding those guys. It was slow. You got all the skill guys. Cam Coleman coming in. I think the tight end from Michigan State, Masunis, I think he is underrated. I think Nick Townsend's going to have a big jump. And we're going to get into that more tomorrow. I'm going to pick your brain on just all the transfers coming in, the freshmen who just touched down on campus, your thoughts on last season and just what needs to improve, Archman, et cetera. We got 2 hours to get into tomorrow with that. But they've done a really good job hitting the portal. And now those positions of need as of late, you can see they're starting to fill those on the offensive line. And like I said before, if you got to move guys around, one, you got to know that they could do that. And two, you got to convince those guys, if they can do that, to do that. So I'm assuming that is the case when you bring in somebody like Melvin Siani, who is an offensive tackle, when you already got Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker ready to go. But Cal Flood needs this. He can't have another dud like we saw last year. That just can't happen. Some Texas fans, a part of me also thinks, I don't know how Cal Flood still has a gig, especially after Pete Kwiatkowski got the boot. If Pete Kwiatkowski could get the boot, in my opinion, anybody could get the boot.
I agree.
So Cal Flood, this is a contract year for him. There's a lot of pressure going into this season, and no matter what the skills positions provide, it starts in the trenches. So they've done a good job going through the transfer portal. It still just sucks to see those guys that were a part of the developmental process all go. The Connor Strokes, the Nick Brooks. That's tough, but hey, you got to figure it out when that happens.
I've had to compartmentalize my emotional reaction. I am fanatic perspective, so let me give you a fan's look, right? I mean, I've really had to compartmentalize my emotions regarding this in terms of knowing that this new world does benefit Texas. It does benefit schools like Texas. There's a reason why a school like Miami has been able to come back up, right? In this current iteration of college football, there's a reason why Texas has made the playoffs, and being able to get guys like Arch Manning. So I totally understand that I am benefiting in this world, but the other side of my fan brain, I don't like this world that we're in. I don't like when I think about the Drew Kelsons and the all the guys that we had in the 2000s that we watched come in young and develop and turn into really good football players back in the day that stayed in the program 3 or 4 years. That's one of the reasons why we all fell in love with college football, right? And just the ability to improve and yeah, you would add some stuff, but if you think about back in the Mac Brown heyday, you know, it was all about high school recruiting, all about prep recruiting, and then stacking your guys and improving and whatnot. Yes, you can pivot so much quicker now and make those little tweaks, or if you're short on a quarterback and go pay $5 million and get you a stud at quarterback all of a sudden that can do everything you want. But the messiness of this world, it makes it harder to be attached to these players. It makes it harder to, you know, to get attached to a Nick Brooks and he's out the door. And it's like, well, I want to see that kid overcome adversity. And I also ask myself as a fan, Zay, would a guy like Colt McCoy even be allowed to develop the way he had to develop back in the day? That kid threw 18 interceptions his sophomore year. We wouldn't have tolerated that in the current iteration of college football. He would have been sent to the portal, and Texas would have been bringing in some fifth-year guy that's a sure thing, quote-unquote sure thing. So these stories that are being – that's why the Arch thing is actually kind of cool, because it's a throwback where the guy had to struggle and grow, but he's your guy, right? You look at Arch's class, that loaded – class of 2023 quarterbacks, Nico, Dante, Sam Levitt's in that class. Like all these guys, Arch is the one constant. All of them have gone to multiple schools, right? I mean,
Malachi Nelson.
Malachi Nelson has gone USC, Boise State, UTEP. And I think he's in the portal again, if I'm not mistaken. Like Jackson Arnold is going to UNLV, and my boy over there, what's his name? The one that had the knee issue at Texas a few years ago. That was the receiver, Troy O'Meary, who still somehow has eligibility. My man said, "I'm out" when they announced Jackson Arnold was coming through. All right, y'all, I'm out. But like this world that we live in of college football, like I want to win, and I think Texas is in a great position to win in 2026. So it's going to be fun. But is this the world that we want to live in every year?
Yeah.
Is it like, is this what, I mean, Drew talked about it earlier about reforming the college football calendar. No. I mean, now this is the first year that we're in the one window portal. To your point earlier about tomorrow's the deadline that you can enter the transfer portal or else you're locked, by the way.
No,
but for those of you that are in the portal.
No, that's well said. I know a guy that alum, very well off, used to give a lot of money, and now he's like, these guys are transferring. He hit me up when once Parker Livingston left to go to OU. He hit me up. He was like, Zay, this is it. He's like, Zay, they better not send me no more emails. I'm not doing anything. And I'm like, damn, what? He was like, I can't do it. And I understand it. To what you're saying, like words of loyalty, it's just so different, man. And I can't knock fans not being as attached as they once were, or, you know, seeing the problem and just not wanting to be a part of it. I can't blame them. I can't blame them at all. But appreciate y'all for rocking with us today. My man Steven and Gotti from Fanatic Perspective has done a hell of a job. We appreciate him. Let's get to some of these mentions before we get to the right call. First, though, shout out Covert Bee Cave, family owned and operated. Covert Bee Cave, they're just the best car dealership in the land. You want to take my word for how great Covert Bee Cave is? Listen to these wonderful folks at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Steven. So the right call today. You're a Cowboys fan, correct?
I am.
Okay. So what does this picture make you feel?
What's that term? Either you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Well, in this case,
That Batman?
yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I think it was the end of the Dark Knight or whatever. This right here is like, that, but somebody you grew up, that was your hero.
Yeah.
But I've lived long enough now to see this man just do a horrendous job on Monday Night Football and ended up in coaching. I'm sorry, I mean he was terrible. He was him and Han on everything. I love Jay Witt. I love what he did for the Dallas Cowboys. It sucks that all of those great Cowboys never got to play in any meaningful games beyond the divisional round, and that's another story for another day. But this picture stinks, Zay. This is nasty work here. And for those who don't know, he has a son who is a 5-star, Cooper Witten. And go ahead and put that crystal ball in right now for 2027, Cooper Witten.
He's that old already?
2027.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
And he's a 5-star. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, put that crystal ball in. If I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm not even wasting my time no more. That's just wasted minutes where you could be looking at some other.
You want to come for a visit? No.
Hell no. You can't even ask. Your number is probably blocked, Sark. Straight up. Because ain't no way young Witten would ever come to the 40 acres if Pops is there in Norman, which shout out to Jason Witten. Like, if you want to coach, good for you. He's probably a hell of a coach. He'll probably bring a lot of juice to that locker room. But yeah, when I saw this, it just don't look right. It just don't look right. Something looks off about this.
He couldn't go back to his Tennessee, like his alma mater or something.
Yeah.
Something.
I'll take that, but
this is nasty work.
It's tough. It's tough out there. But shout out to Jason Witten. I would say I hope he does well, but I'd be lying if I said that. So, no. I hope he struggles his ass off.
I hope he struggles just like the other cowboy over there, DeMarco Murray.
That's right. DeMarco Murray's still there. That's right. I forgot about that.
Them running backs doing nada over there at OU. Yeah. Hey, but you know what? Keep employing these mid coaches. I love it.
All right, CB sent me this because he knows how I feel about Delonte West. I'm on the conspiracy theory that Delonte West, the situation with LeBron's mom is the reason why he's in the situation he is now. That's why I'm on that conspiracy theory. I will never get off that. You could scorn LeBron James if you want to, but that rumor has led to him being homeless. And
was Delonte West Clutch Sports' first victim?
Hey, we all know that rumor. Delonte was with LeBron's mama. I don't know how non-fictional that is.
Good old Gloria James.
Yeah, classy woman. What she done, she changed everybody's life that's a basketball fan. You know what I'm saying? What she's birthed, she changed the game. So, I love that woman. But also, if any part of that is true, and Delonte seems like the dude that's just a foul brother, let's just keep a spade here. If he's scoring her to where life has ended up here for him, I'm not surprised whatsoever. But Delonte back in the media for the wrong reasons. Apparently, he's been arrested for robbing and assault charges. Apparently, Steven, the amount of money or whatever he took from whomever he took it from was only around $23, but his bond is around $1,000. So I don't know how that works. I feel like he's been messing with the law for a while, but
yeah, I was gonna say his pre-existing record or rap sheet could play into that with the judge.
That's definitely what it is. But I Mark Cuban tried to help him.
Yeah.
Like, multiple people have tried to help Delonte West, and it just seems like he hasn't been able to get on the up and up and to keep his life straight, which is sad. It really is. Because how far have you fallen, bro? But I joke about the LeBron thing. It's not Bron. This is definitely him. But like, how can you go from being a multi-millionaire on top of the world to just down bad? It's sad.
It's a tragic case where there's clearly severe mental health issues.
Right.
There's some trauma there that we may not know about until it's too late. I don't know. I'm hoping somebody or something can save his life, because this brother doesn't have much time if he continues on this path. He does not look healthy physically. And somebody that I do have a somewhat personal affinity to, because he's from the area I grew up, which is DMV.
Yeah.
He was a great basketball player at Eleanor Roosevelt High School in Greenbelt, Maryland. Took his team to Maryland State Championship. Obviously was a legend at St. Joe's with Jameer Nelson and those guys. And I grew up watching the tournament, falling in love with schools like that because of Delonte West wearing the oversized T-shirt.
Yo, him and Jameer, they were bugging.
Hooping.
They were hooping.
He was a bucket.
Yeah.
And then honestly what he did in the NBA. I mean, this guy was a contributor on really competitive, really high-end teams.
Yep.
And just to see the troubles that he's had, and things weren't always, there's a lot there. I'm hoping, but I do remember, 15 years later, I get to say again, LeBron went south, but his mom went west.
All right. We're ending on that one. We're ending on that one.
I haven't been able to say that in years, brother. I had to get it off the chest.
Oh, that's good. I like that. That's good. I like that. He is Stephen Ngati, Fanatic Perspective. Appreciate you, Stephen. Let's bring in the Open Gym guys. I went a little late. Patrick, Matt, fellas, what's happening?
What's going on, man? I know, man. I love both. Listening to y'all today. I know y'all talking basketball, man. Two of my favorite people to talk basketball with.
My God, appreciate you, Patrick. Appreciate you, man. I can't wait to hear you and Matt break down the game last night, because I'm shocked. I'm still shocked. Like, I might go watch it the third time just to make sure my eyes were tripping, because, wow. 80.
Yeah, if something changes all of a sudden, team play defense.
I miss anything. Yeah, I miss anything.
Hey, but I'll say this. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think you have to give Patrick credit for motivating this team with his rants over the last couple of years.
Right? Going off. Patrick's been going off, man.
Hey, I will tell this. I'm going to go over the fans today. If they're overrated, it means we still suck.
That's what I said.
That's what it means. It means we beat nobody. Hey, man, underrated. Y'all the number one team, and we still beat your ass. Don't chant overrated.
Thank you.
Come on, man.
Thank you.
Y'all in college, y'all can't figure this out. What they teaching them? They need statistics classes. Something. Overrated. Okay, then we still suck. We need this quad one win, man. Y'all be quiet in there.
I love get off my lawn, Patrick. Let's go.
Yeah, it's the best Patrick.
Fellas, appreciate y'all. Steven, I'll see you tomorrow, man.
See you tomorrow. Good seeing you, Matt. Patrick, take care, fellas.
You too, man.
Oh, man. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patty Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line is open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat as well, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. You can find us, how to get in touch with us. Make sure to like and subscribe and all that good stuff on the YouTube as well. Matt, hell of an effort from Texas basketball last night. Had a great game last night. Texas in the transfer portal gets another commitment, and the offensive line looks a little bit closer to shaping up now with the adding of Melvin Ciani. Sorry. I'm still trying to pronounce names that I haven't done a lot of research on. But Texas adds another name in the portal. And so good day to be a Longhorn right now. Good day to be a Longhorn right
now. I mean, I told you guys to be patient, didn't I? and now you understand why. This guy enters the portal this morning with a do not contact tag and commits to Texas a few hours later. I don't think it was by accident that he picked Texas out of the portal pretty quickly. This is a massive, massive pickup for Texas. He's an excellent fit to go on the right side of the line and immediately start at right tackle for Texas, regardless of what they plan to do with Brandon Baker, whether that's move him inside or use him in rotation with the other two, with Siani and Trevor Gooseby. He also has the versatility to play guard if you need him to as well. It is a huge pickup. This guy is elite in pass blocking. He's a much better run blocker than Jordan Seaton would have been as well, by my estimation at least. I still have to watch some tape on the guy, but I've done some preliminary stuff over the last 20 or 30 minutes to kind of give you guys a breakdown on what this guy's all about. But according to the people that I have talked to, a source close to it has told me that this likely means the end of the pursuit of Jordan Seaton for Texas. I do not believe that Siani would have signed with Texas with the idea that Jordan Seaton would come in as well. So that doesn't mean that it won't happen. That just means that's what it feels like right now. And huge, immediate plug and play, elite starter on the right side of your line. He was the best offensive tackle in the ACC this past season. Yeah, except for Moaga from Miami.
Yeah, and look, I think Seaton, they're still going to talk to Seaton, but it's going to be a different conversation than it would have been.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the thing, man. Come for a visit, see where you want to be, see what you want to be. But this is a conversation with Seaton of what was already. Are you okay to move to right tackle? Are you okay if you want to maybe move to guard? Are you okay moving somewhere else? Are you someone sitting there and just goes, I want the money and I get it, and where I'll end up in the pros is different than where I may be playing right now. So let me just go out there and play for a good team and be part of something special. Or do I want to be left tackle, right tackle? The same with Siani. Do I need to be a right tackle, or do I mind being a guard? Those are the questions that, these teams, they have had the conversation. I wouldn't say it takes you completely out of it for Seaton, but again, it would lead you to believe that the odds of them trying to outbid Oregon or whoever else are probably lower now than they were yesterday. And so maybe they wouldn't be in the same bidding war that they would have been in if they aren't able to get a guy like Siani. But I think you're still in play because we've seen what Texas tried to do in this transfer portal, and that they have been pretty active trying to fill enough holes in there. But yes, you definitely wanted to see Siani get the sign today. And before we go too far into that, as well, actually, we can just go into that. I'll rant later. We'll get into Texas basketball later too. But looking at Melvin Siani and what he brings, I thought also earlier, Steven and Zay talked about it, and it's a really interesting thing that it kind of looks like maybe is part of what Texas is building as well in their offensive line, Matt, is the offensive line that's going to be a little bit more fleet of foot. So something where you're maybe not just trying to get the big guys inside that are, just straight ahead, can't really move downfield, but good players, to what if we had an offensive line with 3 to 4 tackles on it? So when we do outside zone and we are trying to move guys over, we can do that effectively. And we have all these plays we like to run, but you can do that with NFL caliber guards. You can't necessarily do it with college caliber guards, even really good ones. Maybe they're not fleet of foot yet, or maybe they just haven't trained enough to get really fleet of foot to get out and get downfield. But if you talk about trying to get downfield now, and you have at least 3 tackles starting in your lineup, and depending on who they add at that 4th spot, you could have up to 4 tackles starting for you. Basically 2 tackles on the outside, 2 tackles at guard, and you maybe put a little bit more weight on them, but they're better at getting downfield, and you can try and zone block in a whole different way for having the running backs that you have right now, and trying to find the way to use the players you have and the personnel you can get in a way that will really open up the offense for Arch Manning, that you can have the same guys be really good pass blockers, but then also in run blocking, not just be the big, nasty push forward guys that Texas has kind of not been going for and hasn't really been Kyle Flood's specialty in the last few years, to getting outside and pushing the ball down the field and going to the outside and having blockers come downhill on you and rotate over, because you've got a lot of guys who are a little bit more flight of foot on that guard in those guard positions.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a possibility, especially if you move Brandon Baker on the inside to right guard. I still fully believe that they're going to bring in some interior guys, likely starters at guard potentially, would be my guess. But typically when Kyle Flood is looking at all offensive linemen, whether they're left guard, left tackle, right tackle, or center, he prioritizes pass protection over run blocking more often than not. Mm-hmm. So you'll likely see the more fleet foot, guys that can move out in space a little bit better and get downfield and run blocking a little bit better than you would a Connor Stroh type that is just a Mack truck that can go forward and kind of wrestle people to the ground. I tend to believe that they are done in terms of acquiring starting tackles. I know they'll probably still bring in some depth pieces, I would imagine, like the Barton kid from Jackson State. Mm-hmm. A long-term developmental depth piece that can help you next season in a tight spot or something like that, but not a guy that you're going to rely on very heavily. The good thing about Siani is that he does have the versatility to play guard or tackle, depending on what you end up finalizing this room to look like. Whether that means bringing in Seaton still, which I don't believe is going to happen, or leaving Brandon Baker at right tackle and then moving Siani inside to left guard or right guard or whatever. I think all of those options are going to be on the table. I don't think that Siani is necessarily coming to Texas expecting to play guard. I'll put it that way. I believe that Texas feels like he is their guy at right tackle, and at left tackle you're going to have Trevor Gooseby. And then the good thing about Siani is that he also is going to be here for at least a couple of years. So when Gooseby goes to the NFL next year, you flip Siani back to left tackle where he was at Wake Forest, and then you can have Brandon Baker at right tackle, and you have kind of a long-term solution there as you move forward. I love this kid. I think he's awesome. Very, very underrated just because he doesn't have the big name more than Seaton. He's still an elite prospect. He's one of the best in the country, bar none. His one flaw is he does commit a little bit too many penalties. I believe he had 7 penalties last year. Which, hey, join the club. This is the Texas offensive line that's probably not going to get coached out of you, so you fit right in. But what's good about this guy is he can move people. He's not just fleet-footed. He's not just elite in pass protection and with his footwork and all of those different things. He can move you, and if he gets his hands on you, it's over. He latches onto you like a wrench, and you can't get around him once he gets his hands on you. So he was an 80.7 PFF grade this past year. He only allowed 9 pressures, did not allow a single sack, only allowed 3 hits on his quarterback. All of his snaps, I believe, were at left tackle. He had 1 snap at right guard. Outside of that, he was exclusively at left tackle. He will probably move to right tackle next year for Texas until Trevor Gooseby moves on to the NFL, like I said. And this is just the start of what they're trying to do on the offensive line right now, and they're going to probably take a couple of more pretty big swings here in the coming days.
Yeah, because you're still not at the 5 you need. You still don't feel comfortable right now at the 5 you need. You feel like you've got 4 that you feel comfortable putting out there. I don't know if you have the 5th guy right now. Because you feel good about Brandon Baker. You feel good enough about Connor Robertson. I know that we'd all like there to be a competition at center. It wouldn't surprise me if they try and find that right guy out there to have the competition, and it definitely at least get a backup that they feel good about. But outside of that, at left guard, we're still kind of not sure who that's going to be, right? So I think they will still be looking. They keep bringing in some developmental guys. They're going to look out there. It does not feel at all like they're done. And offensive line seems like one of the interesting pieces that is still jumping into the portal a little bit later than everybody else as teams start to fill out their roster. And, whether you want to put it on tampering or you want to put on anything else, it does feel like a lot of offensive linemen are kind of more late additions in the portal. I think the price went up for offensive linemen, and that maybe is causing some more people to get in and reach out before they get in the portal to see what their price would be. Whether that's fully tampering or not, we get it. It is what's happening right now. But yeah, I think there's definitely people that are realizing what the price is that they didn't think their price was going to be as high. And so they go, well, I'll stay here. They're taking good care of me. And then someone says, well, you could probably make double or more if you hit the portal and go to a really good program, because there's a lot of really good programs still really looking for offensive line. So while you're at Wake and you had a great run and everything else, if you get a call from an Alabama, a Texas A&M, Texas Tech was in the portal, Ole Miss, all these teams were in the playoffs in the last couple of years. Georgia, and these places, they go, wait, man, we may need another offensive lineman, and there's money to be had. Oregon, Indiana, Miami, they're all still looking for O-linemen. So, I think that in that world, you realize there's still a lot of openings and the price will be right. It does feel like he knew what he wanted to go and where he wanted to go before he got in. The do not contact, by the way, doesn't mean full on. They know. Now, if they sign like he did right away and once they get in the portal, it's a little bit more obvious. The do not contact, from the stories I've heard of people who have entered the portal, the reason why they put a do not contact is because if you don't, you will end up getting phone calls from everybody. And you just like, I'm not going to a school smaller than Wake Forest. So if he could put on there, do not contact unless you've been in the playoffs in the last 3 years, then maybe that would be the new do not contact tag. But I know like basketball players would say, like high level basketball players, they were like, well, I went in the portal and I went in without an agent. And, you go in the portal and then you don't know when it is, but you can tell when your name officially enters the portal. So he goes, my phone rang for 2 hours straight. And he's like, I talked to coaches from like small schools to major schools, and everyone's trying to be the first one. And they don't even want to let you off the phone because they want to talk to you until no one else calls you anymore. And like, they're like, yeah, this is not fun. So I think there's some agents now who are like, put the do not contact tag on there simply because you're a really good tackle. And you're going to get, the second you would say you're in there and your name hits the portal, we'll get at least 50 different teams asking for you. And you don't want to go to 40 of them. And five of those, you're not going to be able to pay you or not want to pay you. So there's 5 teams, and I can tell you who they are. So why don't we just talk to those 5 teams before we go in this portal and try and figure it out? So that's somewhat of the do not contact as well. It does, the conversations, tampering, difficult to do anything with, but it is the game that they're playing right now. And it does feel like when you say an all-in season from Sark, he's saying, guys, we got screwed on people last year in the portal where we tried to play the game right. And we, players that we thought we could talk to had no conversation for us. And we went, why is that guy going to Tech? Why is that guy going to A&M? Why is that guy going to Oklahoma? Why is that guy going to whatever school? Just use those because those guys have been complaining a lot recently about how Texas, how can they do this? And then the other thing to just, because this is the new thing when DeJordan Seaton news came out that Texas was heavy in on Seaton as well. And then the price comes out of what people are saying Seaton's going to cost, that well, man, didn't we put a salary cap in? Didn't we do revenue sharing to control this NIL? And didn't we do this? And let me be really upfront about this. The NCAA did not institute revenue sharing to stop NIL. They did it because they would have been sued out of their pants if they didn't. Once again, the problem was they allowed NIL and everyone still went, guys, you're still taking all of the money. You found other money to pay the players, but you are still taking 100% of the profit for what these guys are doing, which is still not really legal. Not one of us would take a job where we got free education, free food, and free board. None of us would take that job. Not one of us. We'd all want a job where you go, how about this? How about you pay me a fair wage? And especially if you're talking about a company that's making $100 million a year. I get there's a lot of expenses that go into running Texas and the entire school, not just football, but the entire school. There's a lot of expenses. So it is not like they're making $150 million a year and then keeping all of it and just paying guys off. There's a lot of expenses. I'm not saying there isn't. But to say zero of that money goes to the players was something that they were going to get sued for doing. So they create revenue sharing to give a piece back, to fight back in the world of, guys, we're using these players for our financial gain and we don't care about it. So that's why there's revenue sharing. The concept of how it helps the programs, it really helps smaller programs that didn't necessarily have the NIL boosters to be able to pay anybody anything. And now they have a way to, from the school, actually give their players some money so that they can recruit again. So some of these smaller schools, it does help them out. Now, it costs them a lot of money. They hate it. But if you're even saying, well, you can spend 25 and they're spending 8, that's still $8 million you get to spread around to your programs. And to give guys that are getting nothing in low-level players enough to, not have to have a second job and be able to go and do that. So I get there's prices on all this stuff. I get scholarships cost money as well because you're paying professors and you're paying everybody else to run the school. I get all that. But that's why revenue sharing is revenue sharing. Really not to stop NIL. It was to be a separate piece because it was, again, going to be a lot of lawsuits to not have revenue sharing. And there already were lawsuits for them not sharing their money with anything. So they did that. And then NIL, again, in itself, should be a human right. Name, image, and likeness. The fact that you use your own name, image, and likeness to make yourself money. It has gotten way out of hand. There should be guardrails on it. They can't really do the guardrails because there's no legal support, and they keep getting beaten in court every time they try and stop anybody from doing it. But NIL, there's zero cap on because there shouldn't be. Because Arch Manning should not have to give back money for Warby Parker because he just is too popular. But that was what a cap on NIL would do. So there's no cap on NIL. So what you do is you take your revenue sharing and you use it to help get players in the portal, and you help it to get freshmen and guys in high school recruits. And then you try and get everybody else onto NIL. You try and take less and less money off of revenue sharing. You get those onto NIL. And when these big name guys come in, you can't tell them exactly what the NIL the prospects would be. You can't introduce them to people on campus who can tell them that, but you can't. So there's weird, stupid rules about it, but there is no salary cap. The NCAA does not give a damn about a salary cap because the NCAA doesn't care about anything except making money. They just don't. So at the end of the day, when I hear these things of isn't there a salary cap and how the hell is Texas spending this money and clearly they're cheating, they're not. There's every program's doing this. It's the same thing everybody's doing. Texas just has a lot of donors right now, and they're making it worthwhile for these people. And they're also paying a lot of players that are keeping on this team without revenue sharing having to pay the big sum of that. So no salary cap. That's all BS. If you want to have a salary cap, they have to be employees. You have to get a union. You have to have a players union agree on it. You have to have all the teams agree on it, which will never happen. You couldn't even get the Big 12 to have the Big 12 network, Matt. Couldn't even get a Big 12 network going because all the small schools said we wanted to split it evenly. And then Texas A&M, and Oklahoma said, screw that. We are the 3 biggest programs. We deserve a bigger cut. And then ESPN came in and said, well, to be fair, Texas deserves most of it because they have the most subscribers. Their ratings are higher than you guys. And then A&M and Oklahoma said, oh, yeah, screw that. It should be fair. And so no one could agree on it. It wasn't a thing of everybody wanted it to be 12 ways even except for Texas. Other big schools wanted to be more. No one wanted to be the little dog on campus. I get it. But we couldn't even agree on that. You will never have all of the Division I programs agree on anything for NIL or for revenue sharing or anything. It will never happen. So eventually you will most likely get a Power 4, maybe even a whittled down Power 4 being the group of people, and the conference commissioners will agree on something and make the schools agree to it. That's when something will happen. Until then, this is what it is. So not to brand too much, but it was been frustrating me consistently seeing this online at how the hell does Texas have the money? Wasn't there a salary cap? And I know Stark even said it. There was supposed to be. There's not. Never meant to be a salary cap. Wasn't supposed to be one. It's a completely separate thing because the NCAA ran a borderline criminal syndicate for several years. Fix that because finally people went, hey, isn't it illegal to have all these people and you're making hundreds of millions of dollars and you're giving them nothing? And they go, we're giving them education. Well, they just told us they won't want the education. They just want the money. We're giving them an education. He said, okay, you got to start giving them some money. That's why they're getting paid. Nothing else. It's not overly complicated. There was a lot of lawsuits. The NCAA had to do it. That's what we ended up with the revenue sharing. Not about a salary cap.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much more I have to add. That pretty much sums it up for me. I mean, I agree with you. I don't want anybody to sit out here and think that, Texas is doing anything that they're not supposed to be doing. They have all of the resources and money in the world to do whatever they need to do to fix this football team. And there is no limit to which they are forced to keep within that number. That $25 million number, anything like that. That's why Texas is taking such big swings and why they keep landing such massive pieces to this roster, why they will continue to land such massive pieces to this roster as we move forward. Randy, yeah, I mean, I don't know specifically if I'm gonna divulge any information on what the players might be, but there are still players to enter the portal that I believe Texas could look at, and there are still some players out there that Texas is looking at as well on the interior. This offensive line is still a couple of pieces away from being where they want it to be, and I think that is going to be there before you know it.
Yes. And the transfer portal after the championship game, it closes on Saturday. So you get from Tuesday to Saturday after the championship game next week. So there will be a second portal for those two teams alone from Tuesday to Saturday next week. We'll see names go into the portal from Miami or from Indiana. So that is their 5-day window. It is not Monday through Friday. It is Tuesday through Saturday, their 5-day window to get into the portal on that one. At least that's what I read in an article yesterday. So I will go off of what I read in that article. But all that being said, and all that ranting and raving about how Texas can spend the money, because we've seen a lot of teams do this in the past, and it is more of a path to being a national title contender, Matt, that this is how Texas needs to finish the next few days of when people can still get into the portal, Matt. You know, what in your mind is what Texas needs to do to finish strong? We know they need to add at least one more offensive lineman. That is done and dusted. We know that. Where else would you say that we've got to put somebody and we need to get either another linebacker in this thing in the next couple of weeks, or we need to get another edge, or we need to get another DB? What to you is how you finish this portal and we walk away and we go A+, not an A+. How do we do that in the next week, 2 weeks?
I think you're pretty damn close already, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think we're at an A. We're at an A-, and if we get that other offensive lineman, we're at an A. I don't know if the A+ comes unless, maybe something else, but that's also super demanding. But I'll say we've seen portal classes that have insane classes. So I think they're close to the A+. They're still an A- because of the still lack of a full offensive line. But
yeah, I think that they're probably going to add two to three, maybe 4 or even 5 pieces. I don't know. It depends on what ends up coming into the portal. I think they'll probably add another linebacker. I think they'll probably add another edge rusher. They might add another running back, like not a big name running back or anything like that, but probably a bigger veteran running back is an option. I don't think they have to do it, but that will be maybe something that they end up doing. And then probably a couple more offensive linemen on the interior. I would imagine that their plan is to sign 2 more guards and maybe a center to compete with Connor Robertson. So you're probably looking at hopefully 5 to 6 new pieces before this thing is all said and done. And I think if they get all of those things done, even without the edge rusher addition, I would consider it an A+. I think that they're aiming to completely rebuild this offensive line. and really fix the wrench in that was thrown into their season for the first half of the year this year. And if they do that, it's certainly going to be an A+. I think that I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I think that by the time you look up for maybe spring football, this is going to be the best roster in the country.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be up there. College football is very hard to say definitively best rosters because we know it changes as the season goes and players develop and get really good. But if you want to be in that conversation of, okay, there's 3 or 4 rosters that just look head and shoulders above everybody else, and I think Texas could very easily be in that conversation. And that's kind of where you want to end up now with the portal coming to close and hitting a lot of home runs in it. But you feel like now it is, getting some of those singles to close out the portal, and it's like you need one more home run on the offensive line, and I mean maybe a triple somewhere, maybe just a triple. I'm not asking too much.
Look, I'm not saying that there's still not a guy that's going to come out and hit a home run for you here by the time it's done. So there's still some big moves that could be made. They are not backing down. They are not done by any way, shape, or form. I believe that this signing, because he's already signed now, Siani is already signed.
Yes.
Texas does not screw around with committing and letting them hang around. You commit and you sign pretty much on the dot. I think that this is just the kind of the start of the snowball push downhill to rebuild the offensive line, and they did it with a hell of a player. Extremely good run blocker. This guy, so everybody complained last year about Texas's inability to run the football and needing more run blockers on the roster. And you talk about adding either this guy or Jordan Seaton. I mean, obviously the possibility still remains that they could get both. It's just going to be a lot more difficult to do that now. But if you're comparing this guy to Jordan Seaton, their pass blocking is relatively comparable. And I don't think it's particularly up for debate which one of these guys is a better run blocker. Siani is a better run blocker than Jordan Seaton. So that can only help you. I fully believe that this guy is going to be a star for Texas when it's all said and done.
Yeah, no, I think, you get him today. And the Jordan Seaton thing, and that one also doesn't seem like it's going to be quick. From everything we've heard now about Jordan Seaton, and that he really enjoyed being recruited, and he's kind of a fun-loving guy who maybe is going to take a few visits and wants to get wined and dined a little bit and shown the city and have a good time, and then he'll make it. So I don't think that Texas is out. He is supposed to be coming to visit, so it would tell you that I don't think they would have him come visit if he was saying, I'll only do one position and you don't have that position open anymore.
Yeah.
So I think they would go, well, we're telling you before you get here, this is the way it is, because they've had that. Clearly they had the conversation with Siani. They've had the conversation with Brandon Baker, with the guys they're bringing in. It does not feel like any of them, were brought in under the assumption that they're the starting whatever for Texas next season, that they, there's a little bit more, wiggle room and all of that. So you feel like Jordan Seaton, he's still in play, but for what he wants, the question is it literally just, you want to get the money and you're free to go? You're open to go into a guard, or you're open to, moving around, or is it, no, man, I want to be a left tackle? Is it, I want to be a right tackle? Is it, where that line is? We don't know for Jordan Seaton yet. It does feel like he wants to have the best chance to improve and make good money now and then be a top draft pick as well. Mm-hmm. And, when you talk about top draft picks, we can say tackles get picked before inside offensive line. They do. So we know that, that was one of the whole things with Kelvin Banks, was they kept saying you can't draft him high because he's not really a tackle, which is complete BS. But for whatever reason, that was what they were trying to push out there. You can't draft him as high because he's not a tackle. I think there is the edge where you can say, look, we're going to put you in this position as a guard, and you're going to be the number 1 guard in the class, or you could be the number 2 or 3 tackle in the class. And you'll be the first guard. And if you're really good, they'll know they may can move you back out to tackle and let you do whatever. I think is a selling pitch. I don't know if Siani or if Siani listens to that. I don't know if Seton listens to that. I fully understand if they don't. I fully understand. But I do think there's a world where it's easier to have a really long term career as a guard than maybe it is as a tackle. Because as a tackle, like if you're not a starter, you're going to be a backup forever. And if you're a starting guard, you'll make more money than a backup type tackle. There's 32 jobs open at starting left tackle, 64 at tackle all over the place. And you've got 15 years of guys in there playing it. It's a competitive world. The same things for guards, but if you're a super talented tackle, you could probably be a really super talented guard as well. So, I mean, these are all selling pitches that you're trying to sell a guy on. I have no idea if they care at all. I have no idea if they want to hear that because I'm not in those meetings. But it is something I think you can go and you can say also, if you're going to be here for 2 years, which I don't think Seton would be here for 2 years, but if you're going to be here for 2 years, then yes, you may be able to be a tackle starting next year. So you may be able to, move into that role and you'll be just fine, but you'll be better for it by being able to play both positions.
Yeah, and I think that people should probably take this into consideration as well. Of course, they could figure out a way to bring Seton in for whatever price that. I mean, did you hear what the price was that is being rumored for Seton?
$3 million, right?
Around $3 million, something like that. You could theoretically still bring him in and convince Siani to move to guard. I doubt very, very highly that Seton would move to guard because the odds are that if he or when he heads into the draft next year, that he's going to be the number 1 tackle taken are very high. He's going to be competing with that spot with Trevor Gooseby.
Mm-hmm.
So having both of those guys at tackle would be sick as hell. But, I think that one way you could look at it is, okay, we get a guy in Siani who we feel is close to being as good and will eventually be as good as Jordan Seton based on the metrics and the numbers and the traits and all of those things. So we can take the money that we were going to pay for Seton and instead of overloading at tackle with 2 guys who are really probably 3 guys who do not want to play guard and will not consider moving to guard, let's take that money and reinvest it into the middle of our offensive line and go get 3 starters along the interior of the offensive line instead of going to get 1 tackle that's going to compete for another guy we're going to pay a lot of money at tackle. I know the other day that I said that you find the best 5, and I believe that to be the case before Siani was in the picture, because Brandon Baker is not Jordan Seton or Melvin Siani whatsoever. He's a good player, but he's not them yet. That's a guy you can move around. I don't think that these guys for their NFL futures are going to really consider moving around, and that's not why they're coming to Texas. So it's interesting. That doesn't mean that they won't. I'm just saying that that's just kind of where my head is at on it. I'd rather take that $3 million and get 2 starting guards and maybe a center to compete for a starting job and call it a day.
Yeah, and I think the bigger question is kind of out of all of it, who do we feel is going to be an improvement on our offensive line? And we talk about it when the best 5 guys is when you say, well, are there 3 $1 million guys still out there? Or are there 7 $300,000 guys? Because we can go get 7, but none of them are going to help our offensive line because they're all downgrades. And so I think that's the line of, can you find those guys? And however you do it, you find those guys. And then if you do, I'm with you. I think that's a really good, easy answer is to go find them. The problem with the portal is not everyone's in there. Not everybody wants to be in there. As much as we really complain about the portal, there are still lots and lots of kids who do really enjoy playing where they're at. And they came for their coaches and they came for the school and they play there. It's just not as much as we would like it to be. But that's kind of everything in life, isn't it? Would it be really nice if a lot of people thought the same way I did? That is not the case for anybody anymore. So, I think that you just have to be able to find the right pieces to fit in. But I agree with you 100%. If you can find 3 guys who are all that level player that you can go out there and spend good money to go get, 100%. It's more the line of, well, if we don't get Seton, we're taking and we don't have 5. We have 4 and then maybe a 5th, and that's including Connor Robertson. So we're like, we have 3 that we're really confident in, and then we like Connor, but, hopefully in another year he'll be even better. And then we got another guy, and we feel we got 3 of them, so someone's going to be there. But I think that's what they did this year, so they might be a little bit more nervous about it, because this year was, look how many guys we have. There's got to be 5 who can play, and they found it eventually. But you had the whole point of, well, if there's all these guys, there's got to be somebody, right? So I think they're trying to find that right guy. Now, again, the plan is there. And there are guys that they know are still aiming to be in the portal, whether they're in the national championship game or not. There are other places where they're going to be in those. And that's where I think you're 100% on of, do we leverage ourselves with Seton and then not be able to get that guy, and we're not really sure this is exactly what the offensive line we want to look like, but we've already leveraged ourselves too much? Or do you gamble a little bit more and hope you come out good on the other side of it? Because once you get past Friday, the player pool dwindles greatly because there is no more jumping in for everybody except for the 2 teams. So I get that it's a gamble, and you have to trust in yourself and trust in what's worked for you so far this season and what you hope continues to work for you. But it does feel like a push for let's at least get him on campus. And hell, they may even want to get him on campus and go, you're not going to make a decision the next 6 days, right? Because all I need you to do is not make a decision before the national championship game, and I can see who's in that pool too, and I know who's actually jumping in and not jumping in. Because if you're still available, then we can keep talking. As long as you don't go somewhere else, and then we can go sign somebody else and tell you, okay, now we're out. But you're just trying to play, both sides against the middle, kind of, and if you go take as many visits as you want, Jordan. I think you should take 70 visits. Don't make a decision right away, because we'll come back with a bag of cash if we can't get somebody else. But let's go in and see if we can get some other guys in the next week and a half.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. You could also spend some of that money finding a starting Mike linebacker that could still enter the portal. We don't know what's going to happen over the next. Does the portal close at midnight tomorrow night, or is there a deadline? I don't know. Probably it's got to be midnight.
It's midnight, and then also there's still 2 hours or 2 days or whatever to get it fully put in and out. So yeah, so you could still now. I don't know how many people are going to enter and not have already said they're entering by that point. Like, I don't know if anyone's going to put their name in without telling anybody they're entering, and it won't be reported. That's a big name at 11:50 at night. That doesn't really it seems like it would be reported. So we've seen a lot of these guys say they intend to go in and they haven't gone in.
Yeah.
Or, they're waiting to go in. And so like that, the 12 o'clock deadline seems somewhat arbitrary to it, but it ends tomorrow of that. And then the new one, you basically have 3 days, and then the new one opens up with the national championship players.
Yeah. I guess it's technically 11 o'clock because it's Eastern time. That's when it opened. But I imagine it'll go. The next. So what I'm saying is the next 30-ish hours, you could see a lot of movement in terms of players entering the portal. That could benefit Texas. And Randy, I don't think that. I think that what's going to happen is Goosby's going to play left tackle, Siani's going to play right tackle in 2026, and then in 2027, your tackles are going to be Siani at left and Brandon Baker on the right. I think that's what the plan is going to be going forward.
Yeah, unless something goes different or someone hits a portal or who the hell knows in this world. But also, according to the NFL draft, playing left and right tackle, the weird thing about draft in the NFL is the NFL, every scout will tell you to stay in college because the NFL doesn't develop. And every NFL coach will tell you, I don't care what they did in college. We can develop a good player. So it is kind of the backwards world of when they're drafting guys at that level, they believe you can do both. They believe they can move you around. We've seen, I mean, hell, the Texans have played everybody at left and right tackle. The Cowboys have played a lot of different guys at left and right tackle over the years. You know, you just try and figure it out. And you grab somebody and you go, well, we'll try and fit them in because they're a big, mean bastard, and I want to put them on my offensive line, and we'll figure out where they fit into this offensive line, and we will make it work. So as much as you'll hear scouts a lot of times say, please stay in the college as long as you can because you need to develop, the reality is the NFL will also say, none of that matters. I don't care if you played center. If you're drafting at left tackle, we believe you can play anywhere on the offensive line. Hell, you might even be able to play fullback for us. We think we can coach you anything.
Yeah. Jumbo package tight end even, you know?
Yes.
You never know.
Yes.
Dan Skipper-esque.
So you got hands. Yeah. So it's an interesting world with Siani. I like also Siani. I believe he has 25 games he's played in so far in his career, which is nice to, again, you get a really good guy, but it's not even 1 year of experience. You have more than 1 year of experience playing football and getting those reps in, which is just important in today's game. So really good addition for Texas. Finally, one of those additions that you feel on the last position, now something feels like we made a step forward. So it wasn't Jordan Seaton news, but that's not the end of the world. Melvin Siani is a hell of a player and very good to get him in. And yes, if you're able to now take that money or get it done where you may have had to wait, again, Seaton may not sign until mid next week or, you know, even 2 weekends from now he could sign. He doesn't have to. If he enjoys the process of getting out there, you're hung out in the wind. If he goes to Oregon or goes to one of these other schools, I always say Oregon because they're the one that everyone has said is the other front runner for him. But if he goes to Oregon at the end and you don't have a right tackle or a right guard or in that last position, you're scrounging a little bit more. So it makes sense to go out there and get somebody that you really do like. You can still try and make the play for him if you want, but I don't think I think they will, but only if everyone's on board with it and they're still bringing him on campus, show him what's up, let him know what's out there for him. So hopefully it'll all work out for Texas, and they'll be able to get it done and get us one more offensive lineman before we're off the air tomorrow. But if not before we're off the air tomorrow, then when we come back on the air Monday or Tuesday, we'll be able to do that. Monday is going to be a big national championship preview show for us as we get closer to Miami and Indiana. It's still weird to hear Indiana in the national championship game. This doesn't seem right.
It isn't right, Patrick.
It isn't right.
It's a crime against humanity.
Matt, the gatekeeper over here, trying to shut everybody out. Can't allow them to come in. But it also puts us now in the world, Matt, of trying to figure out where we need to develop the players for Texas and where Texas really needs to push to get guys into the right shape. And we know the offensive line is going to need it depending on how many veterans you have. That offensive line, in any case, even with Siani being there, Gooseby, we really like everything that's in there. I think one of the things we have to look at of development for offensive line this year, Matt, is zone run blocking. It's a different concept. It's a different concept that Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers are going to have to practice a lot of trying to read how to read defenses, how to make that. Arch Manning has to be involved in that as well. That when you start trying to do these things and move people around and move holes around and there's different options to pick of which way you go, it does feel like this is a pretty crucial year for bringing in guys who are smart enough, practice hard enough to really be able to figure out what you're trying to do in that running back room, because you're bringing in guys and, like, I get it. You're going to run through the tackle. Everyone does. You're not just going to run outside. Even if most of your game plan is to do one style, you still have the ability to hand the ball off and try and run through the tackles, no matter what. But that doesn't necessarily take the same amount of knowledge to, like, it's not as easy as it seems, but it doesn't take the same amount of knowledge as trying to figure out which block you're hitting. Like, they try to do a lot of that stuff this season, Matt, where you just watch offensive linemen for Texas not know which block to take, and guys ran through untouched and blew a play up in the backfield. So that feels like one of the positions where if we talk about what does Texas coaching have to do this offseason to get guys ready and spring training really start to ramp this up, because now you also don't have that second portal. So if this is your team, like when we go into spring training, that's the team next year. And what in spring are they going to have to work a ton on? And I feel like that run game is going to be really interesting, that you're going to try and take the ball to the outside. You're going to try and get guys in space, but without having to do it through the screen game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously not an offensive coordinator, so I can't sit here and tell you exactly what Texas needs to change about their offensive linemen and how to train them in terms of getting this stuff implemented into the offense. I know this is something that Steve Sarkisian likes to do and that Texas has done a lot in the past. So the familiarity will be there. I think that they're much more well-equipped now with Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers, Trevor Gooseby, Melvin Ciani at tackle. Whoever they bring in on the interior, they're likely going to prioritize that aspect of the running game and who they look at there. But these running backs specifically are very well adapted to running this type of scheme. I mean, Raleek Brown ran a zone concept 79 times last season. Hollywood Smothers ran it 86 times last season. And I mean, I can kind of try and explain what zone blocking is, but if you remember the Denver Broncos back in the day with Terrell Davis and John Elway, and you go back and watch some of that tape, that would be a good way to kind of familiarize yourself with the zone running game. Basically, it's built on the idea that every offensive lineman is responsible for an idea. Every offensive lineman is responsible for an area rather than an individual defender. And if the lineman is covered or a defender is lined up in that area, the blocker will step towards the play side and block that defender. And if a lineman is not covered or there isn't a defender in that area of responsibility, the blocker will then step forward to the play to work to create a double team on the first defender that they come into contact with along the line of scrimmage. And I did not just come up with that out of my own ass. I read that as a definition. I'm not that smart. So that's basically what it is. And I think Texas is going to be very well equipped to do that. Jaden Blue thrived in this at Texas. Zone running is a big thing that Trey Wisner did very well this year against Texas A&M and Oklahoma. So those are the kinds of things that you can kind of expect from this rushing attack going forward. And yeah, they will still use a lot of interior running, run between the tackles, gap scheme, those kinds of things, which Hollywood Smothers is better at than Raleek Brown. So you'll probably see him do it a little bit more on the inside. You'll see Raleek Brown do a little bit more on the outside, but they will both still attack in both ways. It is going to be a very dynamic and exciting running game for Texas next year, and one that could be built on a lot of big plays as well.
Yeah. And that's, I think that's one of the huge pieces for this Texas team next season is, you want to build that offensive line, but you want to be able to get guys who can, block, have the intelligence, have the ability to do it. We know Trevor Gooseby and Connor Robertson and Brandon Baker did it some last year. They were better at it in some games than others. Once the whole line kind of had a better communication between them, it felt like it was a little bit easier to do. And they were able to get some bigger plays, especially at A&M. You saw some of that with Trey Wisner where they were starting to figure it out a little bit more. But that is something that, looking at what they're trying to do in the offensive line and what they've already done in the running back room, you'd love to have that. The big question that comes back on that is zone running is great. The problem with zone running is it doesn't necessarily work as well in the red zone. And so you're still going to have to try and figure out how you can run the ball in the red zone effectively. Now, on one side of that, you feel, well, we may have the best running quarterback in the red zone in Arch Manning because he's a big body dude. He's a really smart player who can get outside and has taken a lot of reps learning how to do this. And now you add in a Cam Coleman with what he can do, that some of your running game next year in the red zone feels like it's just going to be Arch Manning and trusting Arch to roll him outside and see what he can do and see if he can, there was a play last year and I can't remember who it was to, but played a really great way of moving up just enough on the roll that the defender had to break off of, I think it was CJ Baxter, had to break off of Baxter, and Arch was able to drop it right into him. And those kind of plays on the outside when you're playing 2-on-1, those are great plays. You'd still like to be able to find a way to run that ball, and that's where they may still look for somebody in the portal at the running back position that is just a straight ahead go guy. But when we look at who they've, with Siani being brought in, I think Siani's a good right tackle. You're going to have to get Brandon Baker and Connor Robertson to be a little bit meaner on the inside to be able to do that a little bit more. And who you pick up again at that left guard spot right now is what we're assuming. That guy is going to have to be able to be a little bit meaner inside when you're basically trying to, they have zone, you're going up against 350-pound dudes on the other side that are just there to clog holes. And then you got the linebackers coming around the side and going over the top and everything else. How you can get those extra 2 yards, that's something that I think maybe this team isn't still really built to do. And Sark hasn't ever been that guy. But I think in the offseason, you're going to be working on, guys, we got to figure out how to do that outside zone, and we got to figure out how to, get these guys in space where they're able to make explosive plays. But if they make an explosive play to the 4, we have to be able to score at the 4. Because it feels like we maybe lost the script of that last year because there were so many other problems, but the red zone still wasn't where it needs to be, again, to be a national championship team that doesn't leave points on the board. So I think that's, as they're putting together this offensive line, that's part of the concept of what they're trying to put together, is finding a way, how can we put guys in this line that we feel confident can get us into the end zone from the 4-yard line. And we don't have to have Sark's 75 trick plays to do it.
Yeah, I think you feel pretty good about what Arch can do on the goal line right now, at least. So that's good. But yeah, I mean, and maybe that guy's on the roster and we just don't realize it. Maybe Michael Terry or Derek Cooper can fill that role well enough where you're going to feel good about it. I would really rather go out and just get a cheap 230-pound running back that can just be a hammer in the middle, put his head down, and get you 2 or 3 yards when you need it. There's one guy in the portal from Mercer who I was kind of scrolling through the transfer portal entrance earlier today. He's like 6'1", 235 pounds. Or 6 foot and 235 pounds. I'm like, just go get me that guy for like a couple $100,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And put him back there in short yardage situations or as a pass protector or whatever. I think that would be a very good pickup for them. But at the end of the day, I don't know how many plays 2019 LSU ran on the goal line. Maybe it was a lot, maybe it was a little. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the stats, but it feels like almost all of the touchdowns that they scored were from like 50 yards out, in retrospect. I mean, obviously not the case, but they were built on a lot on explosive plays. I think Texas is going to be built a lot on explosive plays, but you got to figure out how to get those ugly yards when you need them. So certainly adding a big running back would help there.
You know what? Mark Fletcher is only a junior. Let's just go get him.
Yeah, he probably would be fine with being a third running back. There's going to be somebody out there. I don't know who it is, but I would be surprised if they didn't at least try to bring someone in to fill that kind of certain aspect of your running game.
Yeah, no, I think they'll bring that in as well. Matt, let's take our first break here. We come back. We got to talk some Texas basketball. Another big win last night. World beaters, that Texas basketball team. We will get into that, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Women's basketball plays tonight, too. I don't know as much. I've not watched this women's basketball team as much as I probably should have this year, but they play a huge game against South Carolina tonight. And then we'll talk some NFL. My man Bama Bruce calling back in to give us the SEC Homer report. And see where he's feeling about things. I know Alabama's panicking. Alabama's at now where we were a week ago. So, and there's much less players for them to make that okay. But they're in full panic mode in Alabama. So we'll talk to Bruce about the portal and all that good stuff, and about the championship game as well. when we come back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
You see covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Welcome back in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. See my man Chan on there. About to get to basketball for you, my man. And, of course, on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and, of course, on YouTube. Make sure to give us a like and a subscribe and all of that good stuff over there on the YouTubes here in hour 2 of Open Gym on a Thursday afternoon. Get into Texas basketball, what it means and how Texas was able to pull off a really big win last night against Vanderbilt. We'll get into that. I want to get into a little, if we have some time, some NFL talk as well. My man Bama Bruce coming on the show here at 4:30 to give us the SEC Homer report, as he does on Thursday. It's been a while. We haven't had Bruce on in a while because we had all the shows with no Thursdays because that's New Year's Eve and our New Year's Day, I think it was, and then it was Christmas and all of that. So we weren't doing Thursdays, and then he was sick last week, so we have not had Bruce on a little while. So we'll happily have Bruce back on today as we can go on the show. But Matt, it was a big game last night for Texas, playing the number 10 undefeated Vanderbilt Commodores. Have been playing really good basketball up until this point. Texas did bring a good crowd there. The student section, the corral, was doing really well for Texas last night, really up for this game. And this game started out, and you got kind of what I thought was going to happen more to start this game, which was a lot of scoring really quick early. And both teams are kind of trading baskets early on. They're going back and forth, but you go, okay, if this is the type of game it's going to be, if Texas can keep going, I'm not thrilled with this because, you want to get some stops and be able to someone pull away in here. And Texas kind of would go back and forth, but it was really a lot of back and forth early. We get about 5-6 minutes in the game, and all of a sudden Texas starts to get a couple stops. They start to get in and start to affect a little bit more. And we start to see Texas bring a little bit more pressure on these guys. Get them out of what they want to do. It's, again, you're not necessarily playing the best defense in the world, but you are affecting a team that has young guys, because it's college basketball, and they have a game plan, and you're taking them out of that game plan. And I think Sean Miller has done a really good job the last couple of weeks of preparing his team to take the other team out of a game plan. They did that very well, and they continued to do it well. We saw quick rotations a lot of times where we would see Modest come out for a few minutes and come back in. And he would kind of pull Modest off, and they would talk to him when he would make a bad play or two, when he didn't get down court enough, or when he wasn't playing defense in the right way. They would pull Modest. It wasn't getting pulled because of foul trouble, but they pull him a little bit more and then put Traore out there. And Traore got a little bit of foul trouble too, but they were like, Modest is going. You got to ride the hot hand. Kendall Weaver would pop in for a little bit, play a little bit, play some really good defense. And Kendall Weaver early was getting burned a little bit because he was helping a lot. And he'd go help somewhere because, help and get the ball kicked out. And they would just kick it to his guy. And in those worlds for Kendall Weaver, he needs to be more aware of where his guy is to not allow a passing lane to a wide open three-point shooter. But that's high-level stuff that's really hard to do in the grand scheme of things, to constantly know where your guy is when you're running over because Jordan Pope's about to get killed. But he helps out Jordan Pope a lot in getting guys to kick the ball off. And then we saw guys like Duke Miles for them gets going at a point. He ends up their leading scorer with 21 points. He hits a couple threes in a row, and you're like, okay, this is where they get to start going. But they never really get it fully going. They hold Tyler Tanner to 5 of 15, 17 points. Tyler Nickel, hell of a three-point shooter, 10 points. Like, they just weren't able really to get there. And then you even look at some of their big guys, and they get in foul trouble. Jalen Washington, who's the big, who's supposed to be inside on Modest, it's 5 fouls out of the game. And now we're saying, well, their big fouled out, and ours didn't. Modest played smarter on the defensive end. And now, again, the matchup worked out well that Jalen Washington isn't a big offensive threat. So we weren't necessarily having to guard in the post as much as we normally would, which is going to give us problems still this year. But this team did really, really good of being able to get guys off of their game and stop them. And then Modest Voikatitis, best game of his career so far. He's had more points, but 22 points in this game, 7-9 against a good team, going inside. And one of the reasons he had a good game is the game plan for Sean Miller offensively. Every time they front him, because they don't have the size to guard him, put it up in the air. Let him go get it. Get him the ball right near the basket. And if we get him the ball right near the basket and he didn't take the ball down, because every basketball player in the world will tell you this, except for 7-footers, because 7-footers do it. If a 7-footer catches the ball above his head and you see that ball ever go below his waist, everyone in the world who's ever played basketball will scream in their head. Because you're like, there's so little good that can happen out of this. You're a foot away from the basket. Just go up with it. I know you want to regroup, but all you're doing when you regroup is you let the coverage come off of another guy and come in. They start to swipe on you. You're not going to get that foul call. And so you got to get the ball, catch it high, and get the ball out and get it up north and get it towards the basket. So he was doing much better at that. Hell, there was an alley-oop from Kendall Weaver in this game, late in the game, to put him up by 20, which was a great play. And when Kendall Weaver threw the ball up for the alley-oop, I'm like, that is a lofty goal right there. That is not the guy. I know Modest is pretty athletic, but I'm still not throwing the ball up too high for Modest. I don't think he's sailing above the rim. And so when we see that, his play stepping up into a better role, Tremont Mark just gets hot in the middle of the game. And he's throwing up just terrible shots, and they're going in. And so it's like one of those things. You go, okay, you needed that help. If Tremont Mark doesn't get super hot in this game, then Texas isn't able to go. Tyler Tanner played better defense against Jordan Pope as things started to go, especially in the second half. Jordan Pope scored a lot early for Texas, really got him going, got the pace of the game going, and then his shot wasn't there for the rest of the game. He wasn't shooting a ton. He was 5 for 11, so it's not like he was trying too hard. But we saw Dalen Swain continually playing good defense as well. Tremont Mark playing that defense against Tyler Tanner as well. So not only was Tremont Mark playing well on one side of the ball, shooting the ball well, his defense to really shut down Tyler Tanner, which is, why Duke Miles going off? Because Jordan Pope was guarding. So then they're like, all right, help out a little bit more on that side. So all of that came together. The game planning from Sean Miller these last two games for games with body types that you can defend and games you can defend, he has done a great job, and you held Vanderbilt to 64 points. That is something I would never have predicted, that this defense would be able to take a team so out of their game that they just got completely flustered and then could not put up points. So massive hats off to Sean Miller and the coaching staff for the game plan that they put together for this and for the team to execute it. This is still going to be a very long season because the teams they do not match up well with, we haven't seen them play this way yet with. So until I see that, I'm still questioning. But I do know they can now put up good efforts 2 games in a row, which we had not really seen. We saw them be able to play with energy defensively for 40 minutes, which we had not seen, really, except the last 2 games. So we've seen that in 2 games now. You feel much better about how Sean Miller is finding what these players do. Again, God willing, he should have tried to figure this out well before January. Like, I don't know why it took so long, but I'll take it now than never. 100% I'll take it more now than never. So, you're happy to see some of these guys go. Modest is not going to be able to do that every game. He's not going to be able to do that every game because they're going to have guys who can guard him, push him off the block, be physical with him, and he's going to have a harder game. But that's where you hope that you play against a team where Jordan Pope can get going, where Tremont Mark can get into the paint, where you see a Dalen Swain and Modest pulls the defender out, and you see Dalen Swain get to go off again and get inside. So there's ways they can do this, but the game planning the last 2 games and games against size that they could play well against, they've done an amazing job, and hats off to the coaching staff for getting the players ready and the players for executing, because this could have been a catastrophe coming home after getting a big win, and they got a second big win against the Vanderbilt team, and thrilled to watch it. Thrilled to be wrong about my prediction on that one, that they needed to score 90 points to win. Thrilled to be wrong that they played defense. Thrilled.
Well, so let me ask you this, Patrick.
Yeah.
Do you think this has a chance to be a tournament team now? Because they've beaten the number 13 team in the country and the number 10 team, undefeated Vanderbilt team. I mean, by the way, note for the show, for everyone out there, this is the second time a top 10 ranked Vanderbilt team has come to Austin and lost this year.
I think I need to go through the SEC better and look at each game, because it's going to be a game-to-game basis. The same way Tennessee beat us, and I get there's a turning point moment in that game where, Miller pulls the guys out of the game and benches his starters, and we just kind of mail it. We don't mail it in, but we know we're not going to win it. That moment against a ranked team on the road, you don't really go for it, but it worked. And most people won't really do that, especially not in D1 basketball anymore. In big school programs, you can't, it's more in the player empowerment era. It's hard to do that. It seems to have worked. It seems to have gotten his team more ready to go, more effort, more intensity when they're playing. On the flip of that, when we take Modest out of the equation and when they put in that they're able to go inside on us, it's just going to be a lot harder to play in some of those games. When you take away a lot of what we've been able to do positively offensively, and like if you look at one of the biggest stats in this game, if we just look at rebounding, Texas out-rebounded Vanderbilt 42-24. Texas, now offensive rebounding, it was about the same, but Texas got the defensive rebounds. Texas rebounded the ball and got moving down the court. That's how Texas offense has to work. That's how most good offenses work. You get a stop on defense and you get moving back down the court. Now, we turned the ball over, but a lot of those were out of bounds. And a lot of those were clock stoppers. So you're not able to really get going offensively and start a run. and they just were never really able to start a run back against us. And that's why Texas was able to walk away. They never let them start that run. Some of these other teams, if they just consistently get 2 points, then they're able to get 9 points in a row, 10 points in a row, and you miss a couple shots, and all of a sudden it's a 12-2 run. And you're like, crap, we're down 10 now. What happened? And so those bigger teams still worry me a ton. So we just have to look, because the start of the season was so bad, it knocked them so far out of contention that they have to earn their way back into it. But they're in a much, much, much better chance to get to the tournament now than they were at the beginning of last week. Like a insanely better rate. I believe this number I saw was that they were given percentage chance, that some statistical put was they were a 2% chance to make the tournament a week ago, and they're at 67% now. So because now you have 2 big quad wins against ranked teams. Now it depends if Vanderbilt falls apart, then that win doesn't. I know it's still a top 10 win, but we know, at the end of the day, Alabama, if they're able to hold on. But that's the thing is, I think Texas, it does give me hope that this team is, first of all, before I didn't think they were going to go NIT. Like I thought they were done. Like there's no postseason for this, how bad this team is going to be. They're not going to win another game because they just didn't play hard. They didn't care. No one seemed to be playing for Sean Miller. It felt like he lost the team. It felt like everything was gone. No one seemed to really care about it. They're all just kind of playing their own game, and maybe you got lucky and backed into one. Right now, because of the game planning being well, them executing the game planning, and them being able to score from different areas, Tremont Mark's consistency in scoring has been huge in that. You're going to lose some of these games too, because again, you just don't have enough players that you really feel confident in scoring every game. But I think you're in a much better position to be closer to middle of the pack SEC than bottom of the pack SEC right now. If you're middle of the pack SEC, you get a decent chance to make the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be an expert, but I don't know how many teams in the SEC have the type of roster that you're talking about with the big guys. I know there's a few of them out there. I don't know exactly how many. But I feel like as long as Texas can match up against, can have a good matchup against teams in terms of the types of players that they're putting out there, like they matched up well against Vanderbilt and they matched up well against Alabama, and I think they're going to match up well against Texas A&M. I think that they're going to have a really good opportunity to win a lot of those games, because it really does feel like a switch flip with this team. Just the effort and the intensity that they play with, the execution is much better. Yeah. Sean Miller isn't sitting there, opining about how everything is the player's fault anymore. Like the last couple of games, he's been pretty happy, and I think that he finally was able to send a message to this team, and that's incredibly important. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
The thing that worries me is the fact that you're only really playing 8 players, and eventually, like, kind of to your point, like some of these guys aren't going to continue to be able to put up the numbers that they put up against Vanderbilt and Alabama on a consistent basis. I mean, how many times are we going to see a Jordan Pope 28-point game this year? Maybe one other time, if we're lucky.
No, I thought he was going to. I think because I said yesterday, I made fun, and I was like, "When's the last time we've seen 2 good Jordan Pope games in a row?" It's like, I don't know. And then last night he started off. It's like he started off like he was still playing the Alabama game. No,
he had like 10 points in the first half or something.
I had like 10 points in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I think he scored 2 more the rest of the game. So he did calm down in there. And then Tremont Mark got hot. But yeah, it's like the thing is once teams start to figure out what Texas is doing now, because literally you're preparing for a team. Vanderbilt and Alabama prepared for a different team than they faced.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't the same team. So I get it's a little bit harder. It's going to change a little bit more as the season goes on, because teams will adjust to what Texas is doing. We're going to see a ton of zone from teams from now on, because we're still not really ready to play against the zone. And they're going to keep working on it. If Sean Miller is able to teach them an offense that works against the zone, that we're not throwing up desperation shots with a second left, that'd be great. So we're going to see more zone from different teams. It wouldn't surprise me if A&M played zone plenty, even though it's not really what they do. But it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to come out there and play zone against us because it works. Zone just throws down teams that don't have, individual stars who can go in there and create in that way. And Texas doesn't have that in the way that you'd want, or you're not able to throw it down the post and hit a 3 out of it. But you want to be able to hit threes to kill zones. Cam Heide, you have Cam Heide. That's a perfect way. You got to get him the ball. The way they found the ball to Modest in those games. And then Randy, Cody is in the doghouse for a couple reasons. I don't know how much he was ready to go early in this season, and I think they like what he does. They like his size, they like his athleticism, but he's not quite figuring it out. And like even Kendall Weaver falls into this, that when you watch the offense with Kendall Weaver in it or with Kendall Weaver out of it, the guards know how to act or know where to be. They're not as frenetic as Kendall Weaver is. And Kendall Weaver is always going to be trying to cut or set a screen or do something. And sometimes in the Sean Miller offense, that's not really what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be standing at a point. So when a guy gets in trouble, he knows that you're there. And so you see some passes where Kendall just throws a pass to a guy, and it's not necessarily in the theme of the offense. I think Nick Cody was doing that some, and Nick Cody and Modest can't really play together very well because neither one can get the ball from outside of 10 feet and be effective. And so in today's game, you don't really want to have two guys that can't shoot the basketball. They're playing Traore more than they're playing Nick Cody. Traore only played 8 minutes in that game too, but there's only a set amount of minutes. So if Modest gets in foul trouble, we'll see Nick Cody. If he doesn't, we're going to just see Traore for 8 to 10 minutes. The thing about an 8-man rotation, I agree with you. In the regular season, you like to have a little bit more. Really good basketball teams usually run about an 8-man rotation. You get a couple other guys play a few minutes, but really you run an 8-man rotation because you want your stars to be playing. You want your best players to be playing. And if they teach Modest Voikatitis how to pass the basketball back out of the post, who knows how good they could be. But until the day that Modest realizes that he is not only a pass receiver, but also a pass sender, then there may be limitations on what you can do getting the ball kicked back out for some of these three-point shooters. Great game, but still doesn't really pass the ball.
Well, let's just hope they can keep this momentum going into the weekend. Would be nice to get another win over Texas A&M in another sport. Just
it'd be great. I mean, you'd be above 500 in SEC play as well.
Yeah. A&M does have a couple of players that I think are going to be a problem for Texas. I'm sure we'll get into more of a preview tomorrow. Yes. But like Ruben Dominguez is an absolute sniper from 3. That dude can get hot quick and just drain buckets. And I think AG also is probably going to be a little bit of a problem for Texas at the 4 because they don't really have an answer for him there. But we'll see. I think Texas has an excellent chance to win that basketball game for sure.
Yeah, because that is one of the big things is the 4 position for Texas is still a major weakness, and that's not a shot at Cam Heide. He just can't guard bigs. So when they have 2 bigs, Cam Heide's just not really able to play as much. And you're not able to play, your 8-man rotation changes dramatically because now Traore has to come in to play defense, but your offense then suffers because you don't have a big guy who can shoot the ball. So you kind of have to give up something when they can play 2 bigs. Luckily for Texas, Alabama and Vanderbilt did not have the ability to play 2 bigs. I haven't gone far enough into Texas A&M to watch what they're going to do to see how much they're going to be able to play. I will be watching more A&M stuff tonight and tomorrow before the show. But so we'll get into it more tomorrow before the show. But it is like when it's a kryptonite for Texas because our 4 position, you either put in a Traore or Nick Cody at 4. And they become an offensive kind of 0, and they can play some defensively, but they're an offensive 0. Or you leave in Cam Heide, and he can be an offensive plus, but defensively he's all energy, and you can just bump him back down and just kind of move around on him and get down on him. So it's there's still major holes in this team and major flaws. This is not a championship team, but on the flip of that, they're not nearly as bad as they look like they were going to be. And as much as I yelled about Sean Miller, I want to give him credit that something clicked and something worked in there. And for whatever he's been working on since, maybe, hopefully somebody else told him the same thing I did, which was, hey, I don't know, man. I just wish I could tell him how to do it. And they go, we're paying you a lot of money too. So how about you go do it? And he's done it now. And he figured it out. Once he got off his chest and realized that it's his job to do it, it seems like they have had a massive increase in ability in the last couple of weeks. So, but happy for it. Look, I've told you multiple times there, Matt, I am glad to be wrong if Texas is winning. Never going to be a problem for me. Texas wins, I don't mind being wrong. So happy to see him. All right.
Just real quick, here's my question. Just kind of to be a little bit of a devil's advocate and a little bit of a dick.
Yeah.
Would Rodney Terry have won those basketball games, Patrick?
Probably. Could have. Okay. I mean, I don't know if he would have or not. I think he won plenty of decent games as well. So I get what you're saying. But the difference was Rodney Terry was a better coach than him halfway through the season. Right now, they're both doing well. They both would be doing all right. He's still got to hit 19 wins. Still got to get me there. But look, he's way closer to that. I was like, man, we may not get to 10. So I'm happy that we're trending in the right direction now. All right, let's get to our man, Bama Bruce Castleberry, our SEC homer, to give us the SEC homer report here for Bama Bruce. I know he was off last week because he was feeling a little under the weather. And then today we get him back in here. We got national championship talk, portal talk. Bruce, how you doing, brother?
Am I unmuted this time?
You're unmuted. We can still hear you.
Oh man, I'm doing good. Just watching Indiana roll through everybody. I didn't think that was going to happen with Oregon like that, but since I guess is their OC or one of those guys was in Kentucky, he obviously had boots on the ground and recruiting like a madman. As you can see, their portal kind of went up, and Oregon suffered because of that.
Yeah, man. As we get into the portal talk, I know that Alabama has been panicking a little bit with the portal so far. Texas has been feeling pretty good about the portal. Just got another guy in the portal today. How is the rest of the SEC and Alabama feeling about the transfer portal right now, Bruce?
Well, to answer your first question, Texas just basically raped Alabama with two really good ones. I know that one. I mean, I was watching that going, oh God. And they were talking about, I guess the NIL cap is around 20.5 or whatever the hell million. And Texas has like 40.5 going on. I'm like, well, there you have it. That's the Alabama-Texas thing. They ain't got that. They got some plantation money, but it ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? But it seems like the portal, everybody's jumping in and everybody's getting what they need. I just checked Alabama's again, and they got a couple really good, what they need is DLs and OLs and, and they're doing some of that. Just they don't need any more receivers or quarterbacks. It seems like Texas is doing real well. Kentucky's doing real well. Ohio State, I saw that. They're cleaning some clocks over there too.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Kentucky has been able to kind of pull off some of the things that they have pulled off over the last few days. Like they've made some really good additions. Instead of the way that Bruce said it, I prefer the way to say it. Texas has been stuffing Alabama into a locker, like a bully at school. And it's kind of true. I mean, that, I think that had Texas wanted to go get Ty Haywood, they would have taken Ty Haywood. I believe he ends up at Alabama now. The whole Hollywood Smothers thing was just unbelievable to me. I couldn't believe that thing came together so quick. I like if you're going to have a guy commit to you, you better have him ready to sign with you real quick, because otherwise they're going to flip. I mean, hell, Ole Miss just lost one of the top linebackers in the portal who committed to them a couple weeks ago, or like pretty early in the process with the portal, and he signed with Florida State today. So why commit somewhere if you're not going to sign in the portal? I don't understand that.
No, I agree with you 110%, and it's only going to get worse. It's getting worse. It's like it's better for some people, but just like that one kid up in Washington that committed, signed on the dotted line, then it's like, whoa, I can get 2 more mil over here. Hold on a second. I just tear that up real quick. It's like that shows what a kid he is. It's like you can't do that. Once you sign your name on it, buddy, that's just how it is. 19-year-old.
All right, Bruce. So we look forward now. Alabama, a lot of people got on them for getting into the playoffs, and then they get steamrolled by Indiana, but so did Oregon. Indiana looking amazing right now as we start to look ahead a little bit to that national championship game coming up on Monday. As someone who watched Indiana steamroll your team and then steamroll again the next week, is there a path for Miami to beat Indiana in your eyes, or is this a one-horse race now?
I mean, just like everybody else, saying, hey, it's Indiana, dude, really? Miami's the U. They've been there. They've been to the dance. They got the trophies. They got Deion Sanders, Michael Irving, and all this. I honestly think, oh, boy, Signetti did a deal with the devil, and I'm telling you this. He went to the crossroads. The people in music can do it. Why the hell can't people in athletics do it? You tell me how a team comes around like that in 2 years with 3 and 4 stars. Is it community? It's satanic. They gave some stuff up, and we shall see. I mean, I want to say Miami can pull it out, but I didn't think Alabama was going to get smothered, nor Oregon. So do you think the Signetti train keep rolling, so to speak? That's what I think. Matt?
I tend to believe that Miami is equipped to compete with Indiana on the line of scrimmage and the way that they play. Indiana just out executes everybody. Miami tends to make some mistakes here and there, and lose out on some big opportunities. I mean, they dropped like 4 interceptions against Ole Miss, and they had some really bonehead penalties in that game as well. And if they do that kind of stuff against Indiana, I don't think they have a chance. I think they have to play a perfect game in order to have a chance. But in terms of physical talent and matching up with Indiana, they shouldn't get. I don't think at least they should get pushed around the way that Oregon and Alabama did, because they are very effective running the football. They are very solid on both lines of scrimmage, and on both levels, or all 3 levels of the defense. So we'll see. I really believe in Malachi Toney. I think that he's probably the second best wide receiver in America behind Jeremiah Smith, maybe third if you want to put Cam Coleman in that conversation ahead of him. But there's not many more after that can compete with that kid. He's unbelievable. So he's going to have to play a great game. Carson Beck is going to have to play the best game of his life, though, and that's something that I just don't want to bet on, especially on a big stage.
Not at all. I think that's going to be – I was waiting to say this. That guy right there, he's – he did show some excellence on that drive down to win the game. It really was – it was awesome. Now, he's done that once, but he's failed a couple times. I don't know if that glory hole's in him, or he's just going to do the Carson Beck thing that we've always seen. And Indiana, like you said, I mean, they don't slip up, and they fill your gaps, they confuse you, and they get up on you early. From what I saw, is they get up on you early and they do these crazy defensive schemes that aren't normal and really confuse the offenses.
Yeah, no, Miami's been able to do a defensive game plan that has been out of this world, and just the execution they've had. It does feel like Indiana's execution, though, of like not making mistakes, not getting penalties, is second to none. Curt Cignetti's got that team brainwashed and ready to go, which is what old school football used to be more of. But the 8.5-point line in a national championship game, it seems like a really big line for a national championship. And I get Indiana steamrolling everybody, so you could go 20, and I get why you put 20 on it. But it's like, I don't know. If this one feels like, again, if Miami can run the football, they have a chance to beat anybody.
I think you're correct on that. Just don't, I just don't think they need to try to put their future into Carson Beck at the end of that game. If there is that, I mean, Alabama, Indiana, they were favored by 10.5, and they still just blew their doors off. Is this their year to just totally make history and make Miami look funny too, so we can all go, well, that team was just that badass? I mean, are they on? I haven't looked at. Are they on stats to be just as good as the team that LSU Joe Burrow team? Are the stats or no?
Not quite, but
no. Like the margin of victory, I think is something you can compare between the two of them. But outside of that, I don't think it's particularly close. In terms of like players in the NFL and total production offensively and strength of schedule and all those different kinds of things. It's nobody's ever going to touch that team. I'm going to die on that hill until maybe 2026 Texas. We'll see about that.
There you go.
Watch out. I like that. Texas is, like I said, they took Coleman. I think he's a diva. They got to watch out. He could get in trouble and cause some problems as far as, just being a diva like that. But how they took Hollywood, and then how they're just, like you said, they're putting baby in a locker. Well, so did Indiana. But I feel you, and congrats on Texas being able to roll up like that. The whole college, the whole frontier's changed, and I really don't think, there's going to be any more dynasties. There's going to be no more, 6 national championships in 8 years. There may be 1 or 2, but there's going to be no more dynasties with what's going on. And hopefully they'll be able to get a commissioner on point to go, all right, here's the guidelines. Now it's just the wild, wild fucking West out there,
Yeah, I mean, this is, we've heard now the comparisons that everybody is now trying to compare Signetti to Saban, and he hasn't even won 1 title yet. But they're saying, look at what this guy has built and done. And I look, I'm all for saying, congratulations, you built up a roster. Now it is keep it going. And by the way, first of all, Cam Coleman's not a diva just because he played at Auburn and now Texas. If he went to Alabama, you would have liked that guy quite a bit. But we'll say, at the end of the day, does it get on you as a Bama fan to watch when people are like, oh, Signetti or whoever is going to be playing for a national championship is the next Nick Saban? Like, there is no next Nick Saban. The rules change it. You can't be anymore.
It's funny you say that. Excuse me. But I've had some debates with Ohio State and Michigan and all these, Big Ten folks are SEC's overrated, and I was like, well, now they're not overrated. They're just having a little lowdown here, and just to let you know, if you hadn't looked at the scenery of the coaches, everybody up there is all from down here. So all the knowledge they learn is from the GOAT, which is down here. So settle the hell down and just know that you got roots down here in Alabama.
Bruce, does it when SEC had the really bad bowl showing and lost a bunch of games to everybody, and the SEC wasn't as dominant in bowl season, does that ever bother you, or does it just bother you that people pretend that really is the biggest problem in the world when the SEC is still putting out more NFL talent than anybody?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, man. I looked at it and I was like, man, I'll pull. Come on, Kentucky, man, beat Virginia, whatever. But nowadays, moving forward, I think the bowls are just obsolete because the good players don't want to play to get hurt. They want to save themselves for NIL. They have other players. I mean, how do you gauge, oh, we're back, man. We just did, we beat so-and-so. Well, you didn't have half your team because they're either going to the NFL, don't want to get hurt, or they want to sit out and they don't want to do it. So I used to gauge it. Moving forward, I'm not going to. It's not worth trying to gauge anymore because it's not true.
Yeah, I tend to believe that the bowl season is the worst representation of a conference that you could possibly have because there's so many players that have opted out for the NFL draft or who have already hit the transfer portal or who have their coaches have been fired, all these different things. Like LSU, for example, losing to Houston is like the worst barometer for whether or not the SEC is good that I have ever seen because that team was so mentally checked out with interim head coach and all of the shenanigans involving Lane Kiffin and all that stuff. They didn't have anything to play for. So many of those guys knew that they were heading to the portal that hadn't hit the portal already. They just were probably sticking around for one last NIL check and before they stepped out the door. And I think that was probably a lot of the case with a lot of these teams that lost. So I don't put any stock in it whatsoever.
Yeah. So when we look at the Bulls, they're just, they are what they are. I want to ask you about another team in the SEC, though, Bruce, because what about Kentucky? All of a sudden, we didn't even think they were going to fire Mark Stoops. We thought maybe they'll just play it out. They don't really care about football. We know they got money there, but Kentucky now hires Will Stein, been Oregon's offensive coordinator, and they go pretty crazy in the portal. They've got one of the top 10 portal classes right now, bringing in a lot of guys from around the SEC, a few guys from Texas, I know a guy or two from Alabama as well. They're going all out trying to get in to being a competitive team next year. And that's kind of the difference, I feel, the SEC for other conferences is you can look and you go, well, Ole Miss just made the playoffs and lost their coach, and they're a top portal class. And then Kentucky has not really been relevant. They're a top portal class right now. It's the SEC to me, Bruce, has always been, 90% of the teams are going to try and be competitive every year, and maybe some of them aren't going to be fully there, Mississippi State. But outside of that, everyone's trying to go. Florida's going to be better next year. Everyone's going to be bouncing back. But Kentucky, man, how is it going to be if Kentucky finally gets good at football?
I mean, straight up, I said it earlier. I mean, bless Oregon's heart, but that dude, I'm not saying that's why they got pounded, but their offensive output was horrible. That dude was totally in the portal working as a Kentucky coach, period. And, the way that it's going to set up, to me, it's like, that's why this whole face has changed. Kentucky is going to they got a great coach now, and then now they're just pounding up with players. And with that said, back in the day, the players were stockpiled at Ohio State, Alabama, and they sat and waited their turn. They were 3 to 5 deep. Now all those players are sprinkled everywhere. And that's why it's changed. And that's why you can have an Indiana come up with a credible coach and get right up in it. Like we're thinking that Florida's going to be back, like you said, and Kentucky. But everything's changed and it's all sprinkled out even now. There's no lumps over here. Yeah, you have your blue bloods, but they're not going to be the 1 and 2s all the time now.
I love what Will Stein is doing. Like I don't know. I don't know if he took the right job, honestly. I think he should have tried to go somewhere better. Because the way that he's cleaning up in the transfer portal at Kentucky right now, imagine if he had landed somewhere with a bigger bank account. I feel like he would have killed it. He's obviously selling a really good vision to these kids and what they're going to do. Obviously, they're spending some money, but imagine if he had ended up at one of these bigger jobs. I don't know that Florida would have taken the chance, but maybe had they given him the chance, hell, I don't know. I think he's probably going to be there for 2 or 3 years and then get a job at some giant Power 4 school. But that dude is a rising star. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I think he could have gotten Florida State. There are a couple of those out there, but it's a hell of a stepping stone going from he had Oregon up there rolling hard, and now he's stockpiling down there, and it's going to be really fun to watch. Really fun to watch him grow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully he didn't put too big of a buyout on that contract to go on to his next job. I think he knows, man, we should go hit in the portal, and I should try and compete in the next 2 years, and I should be in another place within 2 years. But I didn't want to go to a place where they expect me to be great in 2 years, but I can build up and get the right job and go find and pick where I want to be as a head coach. I can see that. All right, my man, Bruce, we appreciate you joining us here as the SEC homer as you do on Thursday afternoons. I know you got a big show coming up, Buck's Backyard with your boy Saucer. Having a good time. When's that happening, Bruce?
That will be February 21st with Scream Therapy. It's going to be a really cool hard rock show. We're not metal. We're more hard rock, so get your boots, leather boots on, and come on out and get after it.
There you go, Bruce. Appreciate you hanging out with us today, man. We will check back with you again next Thursday. Talk about how the championship went and how the portal classes are, and we'll rank them all. We'll have a good old time.
Man, you guys be cool. See you, Matt. See you, Pat. Y'all take care.
Later, Bruce.
There we go. My man, Bruce Castleberry there. Bama Bruce Castleberry coming up with us on Thursday afternoons here on Open Gym, hanging out with us, giving us that SEC homer. We need a little SEC homerism. We're still new to the SEC. I know we've already played for an SEC championship game, and we're there, but just like to get a little southern there. My boy Bruce from Alabama. All right, Matt, why don't we take our second break right here? We come back, we'll talk a little NFL and wrap things up here at the talk about the new hiring, the coach hiring. That's the first domino to fall. I don't believe it's official yet, but we've heard the reports that this is going to happen. What Matt thinks about that, and we'll keep it going. And whatever else you want to talk about here in the final few minutes, the final 15 minutes of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we would like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we start to wrap it up here on a Thursday afternoon. Talk to my man Bama Bruce and Randy. I will tell you, man, you don't even know. I've known Bruce for 20 plus years now, and he is a very Alabama man. He has got Roll Tide on a lot of things. He says Roll Tide in conversation plenty. Bruce is the man. Awesome dude, and a good friend. But yes, he is very Alabama, and he is one that before we were in the SEC, we would talk about SEC stuff and debate about SEC stuff. So I always love chatting it up with him. Unfortunately, their playoff run ended, so I didn't get to party with him again and again. But I'm sure I'll see them around. I see them around quite a bit. But yeah, his band Saucer. If you never check that stuff out, good stuff. You never heard the name George DeVore? That's the singer of that band. He does like some more Americana stuff. I don't know what it's called, but he did singer-songwriter maybe. I don't know. But he's that, and then he's in this band that's hard rock. It's a lot of fun. You should go check it out. Matt, we have heard the reports that the Giants are working to finalize a 5-year deal with John Harbaugh, that Harbaugh was not out of a job for very long at all, that he apparently kind of had a few conversations, apparently said that either Brian Daboll said he called him, or Harbaugh said Brian Daboll called him and said, man, they're in a really good position right now. And he's like, I felt I could have gotten him there, but I'll tell you that team, there's a lot of good players on it. There's a team that Malik Neighbors got hurt in last year, who's a really good wide receiver. Cam Scadaboo got hurt last year, but was playing really good for them while he was running. Jackson Dart's had his ups and downs, but been a good player, and feels like maybe Jackson Dart could, if we get a Todd Monken reunion with the, because you figure Greg Roman, I think, just got fired from the Chargers, right? I think Greg Roman got let go from the Chargers. Maybe he didn't. But Todd Monken, of course, as well, if he does not take another job, could end up on the Giants as well as an offensive coordinator. What do you think about Harbaugh to the Giants? Not going anywhere else. It seemed like a decent job with some guys still available in a conference or in a division that maybe you could win.
It scares the crap out of me, Patrick, because now the Giants are going to be good. They got a real good head coach. He's already got a franchise quarterback with Jackson Dart. He's got a number 1 wide receiver with Neighbors. Assuming Cam Scadaboo can get back to 100% health, he's got a legit running back. He's got great edge rushers. I don't like this at all, Patrick. I was hoping they'd hire like Nick Caley or something.
Yeah, I mean, because we talked about before, like the best jobs that were available, and I think he took the best job that wasn't the job he got fired from.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Ravens is the best job opening. However, he probably was not high on the list to be the Ravens' new head coach. Sometimes he's probably really at the bottom of that list to be the Ravens' new head coach. So to go in there, it does feel like it's going to make the division much more competitive. He's now probably the best coach in the division. I mean, is there a better coach in the division than John Harbaugh? I like Brian Schottenheimer. I like what he does, but I can't say he's a better coach. I like Dan Quinn, but I can't say he's a better coach. And I don't like Nick Sirianni, and I will not say he's a better coach. So there's something the people now trying to defend Sirianni were like, well, I mean, they win, right? So he has to be good at something. Like, that's not the best argument. I don't know what he does well, but it seems to be working. So I still think he's probably the best coach in the division now. And you're right, Randy, he was always going to get another job. He pretty much had his pick of what jobs were out there, but I don't think he wanted to go to Cleveland or, Tennessee or any of those places or the Raiders. My buddy texted me the other day and asked me about the Raiders opening. He's like, and I was like, oh, probably just going to hire a coordinator from somewhere. He goes, well, you don't think they're going to make a splash? I'm like, well, they're paying their last 5 splashes right now. So and I don't know who the splash would even be anymore for the Raiders. Like, because we know Marcus Freeman's turned down better jobs than the Raiders. Signetti has said no to better jobs than the Raiders. I don't know what college coach would be the splash to bring in. I don't know who's retired that you could bring back that would be the splash for the Raiders. It feels like this is let's go get a coordinator. And then he said Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels destroyed that franchise. I don't think they're inviting him back as well. I think he did irreparable damage to the Oakland or the Las Vegas Raiders franchise. So as we see, the first domino in the coaching carousel has fallen. Brian Flores coming back into the picture as a major contender to be a coach. Right now, he is the top odds to get 3 different jobs. So just if you're betting on who has the best odds to get this job, he is top on 3 of them. So that would tell you Brian Flores, maybe his blacklisting from having the lawsuit against Miami maybe coming to an end. I believe we've gotten probably past the window for Green Bay firing Matt LaFleur. It doesn't look like that's going to happen, even though that was a big rumor for a little bit. Looks like they work through that and get through it. But yeah, first big domino to fall there, Matt.
Yeah, if I'm one of these candidates, I don't know if I want to go to the Raiders or
the Browns,
the Browns or the Titans. Like those franchises are such abysmal messes that it's like, well, like I mean, the Titans, I guess, is a little bit more salvageable than those two because they got a good young quarterback and they got some pieces there, but the Raiders are like the last place on earth I would want to go. Like, where are the odds for Brian Flores to land? Like, which of those? What are those three jobs? Is
the
it
highest
those three
one?
that
The highest one I remember was Pittsburgh.
He'd be a great fit there.
And then I think he was on the Raiders as well. And then another one, I can't remember what it would have been the third one. But the Steelers is the one he has the best. The Steelers is that one feels like a fit of like culture wise and everything else. What the Steelers does, it feels like a fit for Brian Flores to come in there. I feel bad for him though if he does take that job because it's like, all right, well that team is like, how are you going to win anything? They need a quarterback. So unless you're able to go get like Trinidad Chambliss or somebody like that later, and they turn out to be a stud, you're stuck in year after year.
Yeah, I if I'm him, I take that. I don't even take any other interviews. I take that Steelers job and I run with it because the Raiders are an absolute dumpster fire.
A lot of these teams are dumpster fires. And Kane, you know what the sad part is? I don't even have to know what team you're talking about to know what team you're talking about. Okay, I don't have to. I have a feeling I know exactly what team you're talking about. Let's get to our meathead of the day. A couple clips today. Jameis Winston was on with the Kelsey brothers and some real good stuff coming out of it. Jameis Winston is really from crab legs to a national treasure. Jameis Winston. This is when they asked Jameis Winston about his welcome to the NFL moment and spins the yarn like few other can.
Welcome to the NFL moment.
Well, yes, I have a iconic welcome to the NFL moment. I got two for you. Well, my very first pass in the NFL was a touchdown. And a lot of people can never say that. Yes, it was a Cody Simpson ball on a pick six. So my very first pass, that was a welcome to the. Like,
you got my.
So
ass
look,
with
this is the craziest thing, right?
We both threw a pick on our first. Man, that's why I knew you were my brother, man. Both of our first NFL passes were interceptions, man. Let's go.
Listen, though, bro.
There's Jameis Winston telling the story. The way to frame it. My first NFL pass was a touchdown. Pick six.
I feel like Jason Kelsey was over embellishing a little bit on his laugh. That was a little bit too out there.
He's probably just drunk, you know.
Yeah, probably.
Kelsey. Probably just having a couple of drinks. Well, I won't say drunk. Having a couple of drinks. And then later in the show, he also described when he was in his contract year with Tampa Bay and what he did to try and make sure that he would have a good season.
Unfortunately, the ball ended up in the defense hands too much, you know, and you know, that still sit with me. But, you know, that was a contract year for me, man. And that was one of the most up and down years off the field that I had in my life too, man. I just asked my wife to marry me, man. And I was doing this freaking celibacy thing, like literally refraining from sex, man. Bro, I bought like my parents were talking to me about shacking, like in the South. Shacking is like when you living with your significant other, you know, in a house. Like we had to eliminate that, bro. I literally bought a property and stayed away, you know, from my house. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
like,
you were
bro,
wound
it was
up
so
back
much
there in the pocket, man.
It was so much going on, bro.
Don't take a black light into that house, you know.
There's Jameis Winston explaining, trying to go celibate, trying to take the Russell Wilson approach to playing football there. Russell Wilson, by the way, was a much better player when he was celibate.
Russell Wilson's a weird guy, man.
Jameis Winston is a great dude. That was a lot of fun. Jameis Winston telling some stories like that. Yeah, I don't know if there's ever been a point in my life that I've actively said, you know what? Hey, significant other, I'm gonna buy another house so I don't have to be enticed by you all the time. That's a lot. Yeah, it seems like maybe that was not the best idea.
Yeah, Jameis Winston is a national treasure, and he should be protected at all costs. I love that guy.
I think he's starting a podcast, or was starting a podcast with Jackson Dart on the Giants as well. So they were going to start something.
That could go one of two ways. One of them's really, really good, and one of them's really, really bad.
All right, we got to get out of here. Setting you up. Texas women's basketball versus South Carolina about to start on ESPN2. If you want to watch that one, a huge matchup. Number 4 Texas versus number 2 South Carolina. Texas trying to not lose twice in a row. We will get. We'll talk a little bit about that. Talk more about Texas basketball over the weekend. A lot of other stuff. NFL playoff action. We'll get into all of that tomorrow. Make our picks. A lot of good stuff happening tomorrow on the show. Hope you join us. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.